welcome on in. So I'm starting out with all 8 hands, so open. And I put up a little poll on my YouTube. I don't know, I think I saw 12 votes on it the last time I looked. Apparently, people don't like the single player perspective, although I've gotten comments from Twitch viewers that they prefer that. So this is why I'm kind of trying to get some feedback on what types of commentary people would prefer, but it's a little bit split between watching 2 tables and just watching 1 table with all 4 hands in view. So maybe we will make some adjustments to that. But how are the auctions starting in these rooms? A bit of a different system here in the blue and green rooms, where in the green room, North plays 1 spade over the 1 heart overcall, just shows 5. And in the blue room, I think this is a fairly popular treatment, a minor, a heart, double, isn't like specifically negative, it's either 4 or 5 spades. But both South select to bid 3 no trump pretty quickly in the auction. They do have a heart stopper, they have 2 club tricks, and they have what looks like the potential for 6 diamond tricks. And with the diamonds coming home, I think Declare should be making this contract. Just needs to avoid, using that ace of spades as an entry to take a diamond finesse.
That would not be great.
Yeah. Hey, Timo. Yeah, I think I've enjoyed doing the single player perspective thing as well. I feel like it probably is more worthwhile in terms of learning a little bit and getting more detailed analysis on like thinking about the game from a playing perspective, right? Like you're not sitting at the table and seeing all 4 hands, at least not most of the time. But yeah, if you want to head over to the YouTube and cast a vote on the poll, that would be helpful. So you can click the link in the little pinned message that I have. Well, we see a spade lead at trick 1 in the green room, which means Declare is going to have to make his decision immediately about the diamond situation.
I suspect he's going to get this right between the preempt. Maybe not actually, because the length suggests that West might have length in both majors, so preempt or not, maybe he's going to be short in diamonds. I am surprised he's doing it so fast.
I think he'll get it right because it's not obvious, and he does. I think it's not obvious to me that West's spade lead necessarily comes from a 4-card holding. So, like, West might just not want to lead away from the heart ace, which is exactly what's going on, and he's thinking, let's try and find partner's entry. Maybe it's in spades.
Yes, the both declares are going to go plus in this hand.
Blue room hasn't done it yet, but...
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. I forgot that he got the heart lead.
Yeah, so in the blue room, they got a heart lead, which means Declare is either going to make an over trick, or he's going to go down 1, I guess.
1.
So he does catch the Diamond King, and that will be 1 imp, which could add up. I mean, there's 30 boards to play, 17 imp difference between the 2 teams right now.
Yeah, huge comeback for Goodman, which I think picked up 90 imps today.
Yeah. Yeah, I was curious about whether or not I would wake up and see that the match was already over, that Goodman had conceded to Hamman, but that does not seem to be the case. And knowing Hamman's tendencies, we should be seeing a full 30 boards played out, no matter what this quarter brings.
I think that's right. Even if it's a blowout quarter, I suspect that Hamman is going to want to play.
Yeah.
So that should be 1 imp to Chambers, I'm guessing?
Yeah, Chambers is technically, I guess, Hamman.
Yeah. Yeah, Chambers, the person I meant.
Yeah. Chambers is going to do quite well on his butler on that hand for collecting the overtrick. Um, yeah, Ewan, that's exactly what I'm saying. Folks should always play on no matter what the score is of the match. Ooh, big hand in the blue room. I mean, I guess we'll see it shortly in the green room as well. But
Um, yeah, so that Spade Void in Dummy is actually, I guess, not entirely bad news for East playing in spades because he has no choice but to pick up the king.
right, yep. So East in third seat, unfavorable, elects to open a spade. What are your thoughts on one spade?
Ah, I like three actually. Like I think four, with a not great suit as eight card suits go, and those two stiff kings is bad. And the problem is if you open four spades, if the opponents were going to bid something, your kings might have scored where they want on offense. So it's dangerous to preempt too high and just shut the opponents out in a hand like that.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's true. So we'll see what.
And here, obviously, both aces are in south, so it turns out it doesn't matter. But yeah,
Yeah, we'll see
right.
what Weichsel elects to do in third seat with this hand. So he
Yeah.
preempts four spades. Definitely
Almost
a
was right.
practical choice, right? Like if you are making a game on your cards, it's probably spades. So
That's certainly true. And if you bid three spades, is partner ever going to have the right hand to raise you when you're making? Probably not.
yeah,
Here, of course, South is going to double because they just have this 17 count with nowhere to go. North is obviously just going to pass with a trump trick and not a great hand for playing at the five level.
yeah. I mean, I think North should pass, but I wouldn't be surprised if he bids five hearts. I would tend to. So I think Cranyak's rule on this, because I talked with him about it, um, is that he prefers to bid here with six card suits
Right.
if
I
he
agree with
has
that.
one. And so this five card heart suit wouldn't exactly qualify because, like, part of the issue is that your partner is a little bit restricted on what they can do over these high level preamps. They don't have to necessarily have heart support for you. Like, partner could just have a
Right.
18 count with like ace doubleton of hearts and had to
Easily.
find a bid, and now you're just like in some stupid 5-2 fit.
Right. Yeah, I'm 100% behind that.
Yeah. So it looks like he's going to get a little bit lucky. I don't know if this is lucky enough to let five hearts make. Probably not. The ace of spades lead and a spade continuation will set up a trump trick for the defense.
Yeah, so one thing also from North's point of view is that on this kind of bidding, pass, red, white, East could easily have the equivalent of a two club bid with a spade make in hand. So it's not totally safe for him to pass even with a trump trick. So I have a little bit of sympathy, but when that's the layout, you're probably going for a number. Sure, if it's 500, you save a few imps. If it's 800, you might as well have passed and hope to set it.
Yeah, actually, okay, I said ace of spades and a spade was going to set up a trump trick. I'm technically not true, but
They
I
yes, they could rough queen and catch the ace.
yeah. Hmm. I mean, it's an
I mean,
interesting double dummy problem. Like, technically, declarer can collect four diamond tricks if they're careful, but I think entries is the main problem. So I believe if East does continue a spade, declarer is going to have way too much difficulty making this. If East doesn't continue a spade, though, it looks like declarer can just pull trumps and take the roughing hook and spades and make this.
so I think at least just in the context of the single suit, if they play a spade, the queen of hearts, ace of hearts has to be the right play there. Like your only chance to salvage anything from the Trump promotion is to do that.
Right. You would then still need to somehow
Oh, you're
hold
not
your
close to
bluff.
done.
Yeah, like yeah. So I wonder. I don't know. I don't like clicking this button, but I was curious. It looked to me like a low spade is actually the only card that beats the contract from here. And it's not that surprising that East should be playing a low spade. He saw partner discard on this ace of spades. Like, what is he worried about? Declare pitches a club loser from dummy? I mean, Queen 10 fourth looks like the kind of holding that Declare might be a little hesitant to discard from. So
how about this for Declare? Double, again, double dummy. Low spade, rough with the queen, ace of hearts, good news. Can you play ace of diamonds, diamond to the eight, jack of diamonds, club, which East can't win?
um,
Lose.
ooh, interesting point.
So how many tricks are you going to take? You'll take six hearts and four diamonds is 10. I guess you don't. I guess you just don't have an 11th trick that way. You still have the two losing spades to deal with. No, you can pick one
Yeah.
on a diamond.
Well, I. So what you're saying maybe is if Declare roughs Queen of Hearts, West has to throw another diamond on this trick, because then
Oh, I
West
think
can
that's
rough
right.
the fourth diamond.
I think that's exactly right.
Wow, it's kind of hilarious how close this five heart contract is to making. Although I kind of suspect that Declare might just like kind of safety this hand, and right, so he pitches a diamond here, and now his plan is going to be to probably take the heart finesse. It's going to win, pull trumps, and then take the roughing hook and spades and throw another diamond. And he's getting out for down one when both red kings are on side. Um, so defense will be happy that he didn't find this Queen of Hearts rough plan, but this feels like a safe attempt from Declare.
Yeah, I guess that double is also going to look a little scary to him because he rushed queen and West started with king 10 fourth even, which is very much a possibility. It would go pretty horribly for him.
Yeah. Yeah, so Declare is going to be going down one. Now it's going to be trivial with this ace of clubs play. Declare roughs, leads a heart up, sees the jack of clubs fall, doesn't even need the diamond hook at this point.
Right.
So the other room, four spades
And
does
one
go
trump
down
has already
one.
been drawn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, this will be what? A few imps to the Hamman team once again.
Yeah, so this will just be five
Five
imps.
imps, yeah. Yeah, I know you have your own feelings, but I suspect that the bridge world as a whole is rooting for Bob Hammond. I think there's a lot of people who would love to see him in one more world championship. I don't want to say one last one, but one more one.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want the better team to win. And I guess we'll find out over the course of the next 30 boards who that is.
Yeah, exactly. The better team is the one with more imps at the end.
Yep.
So, this one. Yeah, I was wondering if South was going to open. I think we've seen that the Chamber Shermer partnership is a little more conservative than some of the other players in the event.
Right. Yeah, they might be the ones playing like 15 to 18 no trumps.
I think that was right.
So,
And Case and Krikorian are not, but they're also, they're also definitely on the more conservative side of things.
right.
Prozop and Babu and Hammond and Weichsel. Are Hammond and Weichsel a precision pair?
No, I don't think so.
They both have a lot of strong club personal background, but I think probably different strong club systems. Hammond played, his Italian system with Bobby Wolf, and Weichsel was always a classical precision guy.
Mm-hmm. Well, the play
Hammond and
is
Zia played standard, so.
yeah, the play is very slow in the green room, considering Declare can just claim at this point. But
Well, we can see he can claim, right? He doesn't know that.
yeah, but I mean, there's not really anything else to play for. He leads a spade,
No,
it gets covered. Now he just plays the queen of clubs. If the jack doesn't fall, he roughs a club and tries a diamond hook.
Right, but at the table you might say that, but with tablets in separate rooms, probably it's faster just to play it out and see if the position is there.
Yeah. All right. So five
Some
hearts
some of these
down
like
one.
verbal contingent claims don't really work behind on the tablet format.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I just realized this is
Anyway,
over here. There we go. Did I also
so in
leave
the
this?
other room, north south, they're getting into a little trouble here. They haven't yet gotten their best suit into the auction.
Right. Yeah, so South does open in third seat with the one diamond. We kind of mentioned that could be a little light in some partnerships, but I think it's pretty normal to open a diamond there. West makes a takeout double, North bids a spade, East doubles to show natural spades, so just penalties. And yeah, I mean, South elects to pass. I suspect that South in general would redouble with three card spade support.
Yeah, I'm sure of that.
So North should know that they're in a 4-2 fit right now.
Yeah, and the problem is he still doesn't have all that much security that he's going to get to a better fit by pulling, and it is a level higher. I mean, he does make the winning decision here.
Yeah, well, he could have pulled to one no trump. I mean, he has a 10
Right.
count, and his partner opened the bidding, albeit in third seat. So I would have expected one no to play perfectly fine from North's side. But he elects to open two
Yeah,
clubs.
he might have been worried. I guess he could bid one no, and if that gets doubled, he can always decide later whether to run to two clubs. I'm sure he was worried about West having a heart stack because what are West cards if not in hearts? And then like a goes a heart lead, a spade through. East had the ace jack 10, another heart lead, and things don't really improve from there.
Yeah. Well, the auction appears to have taken a bit of a turn for the worse, at least I think, for East West, with West doubling two clubs and East sitting for it. I'm a little surprised at kind of the East West decision making on this one. I mean, I agree with East double of one spade, but I don't think East needs to have more than this for his double of one spade. He just has like four spades to a couple of honors and
Yeah,
out. So I don't
yeah,
really
agreed.
understand West's double of two clubs. Um,
Yeah, I mean, East also knows that one of the north-south potential run-out suits is going to be horrible for them since he has South's opening bid locked up.
yeah,
I think partly West is doubling because he does have four tricks in his hand, sort of, and it's not a game, so the cost of being wrong is pretty small, right? A party can turn up with one trick, then it's 180 at worst in 3 M's, it's just not a big deal.
mm-hmm.
So in the other room, one no trump was rebid by South after East did not double his spade, so we'll see whether he can manage to make this after a low club lead.
Yeah.
And if
So I mean, it looks like Weixel kind of decided that he probably could double one spade, but he thinks his hand is too light, and he might have been worried about exactly what happened in the blue room, where the opponents do run, find either a heart or club fit, one of his short suits, and then his partner goes after it because he has length and expects Peter to have a little more in terms of high card strength. So
well, declares off to a pretty good start here.
in one no, I mean, one no looks like a great spot. Declare is taking four club tricks, at least one spade trick, and at least two diamond tricks. That's going to be seven immediately.
Um, yeah, although he has a little trouble getting back and forth, right? Because he can't cash two diamonds without crashing his own queen.
Oh, right, but that's kind of the plan, I think, is to overtake the diamond queen, just use the king queen of spades as an entry to the long clubs.
Is that enough? So he's got West will play a spade now, probably, and East will probably duck that. So now he's just got four tricks.
Yep.
Wait, that's
Yeah,
not enough though. He needs five.
he needs 5. He has 2 clubs, a spade, and 2 diamonds. That's 5, right? 2 clubs, a spade, and 2
Oh,
diamonds.
sorry. Yeah, forgot he already taken his club in this.
Yeah. So one no is going to make.
Yeah.
I mean, one no might make with over tricks. It depends. West might shift to a low heart now. But let's take a look at 2 clubs doubled, because that's going to be the more important contract on this board.
Hamman just found a pretty good play that we didn't think of, I think, right?
Well,
Maybe it doesn't even matter. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. The defense just like doesn't have enough tricks.
I think it does matter.
Well, Declare can just like win the Queen of Diamonds now and technically set up heart tricks.
Yeah, maybe. So,
like a low heart to the 8 will give the defense 3 hearts, but that's basically it.
Right, and West can't play another diamond now because that would be very bad for his side.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think Declare can just cash 2 clubs now, and then play like a heart to the 8 and pick off this heart holding. The defense can get 3 hearts and 2 spades, but that's going to be more or less all they can come to. Anyway, what's going on in 2 clubs?
So Declare won the opening trump lead in hand after West ducked, thought for quite some time, and then just let his Queen of Spades holding.
Right. So
There's
Declare
a
is going to
5-minute
need...
pause between tricks 1 and 2.
Yeah, so Declare is going to need to... I think he should unblock the Diamond Queen now. The point being, we suspect the clubs are 4-1, and so there's no way for West to really strand the Ace King of Diamonds. If West goes Ace of Clubs Club, that Queen of Clubs is an entry, and if West doesn't go Ace of Clubs Club, then eventually we can ruff a spade to get over there.
So I'm a little surprised Declare isn't unblocking the Queen of Diamonds.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It seems pretty automatic to do so. You can get in trouble if clubs are 3-2. But I still think that it's probably the right play. And then he'll have to, I guess, decide if he wants to like exit a low spade or exit the King of Spades.
Yeah, and the King of Spades, since going to the hand with no trumps left is obviously going to work pretty well.
Yeah. I was going to say maybe there's some reason to do this, actually. Overtake the Diamond Queen, play another one pitching a heart, and then just start cross-ruffing. So now we can ruff a diamond in our hand. We expect West is short in diamonds, so we can over-ruff. I have the feeling that Declare has like mistimed this a little bit, because West will be able to discard a spade if he plays a 3rd round of diamonds now. Brad says, what I think would have been a good protest would be if a team managed to close more slow play imps than the imps they gained and finish the match negative. That would be entertaining, for sure.
Yeah, I think that is much more likely to happen in a 16-board match and a 120-board match.
Yeah.
But you never know. And the penalties do increase with every segment you get into more time trouble in, so like they can get pretty steep by the end.
Yep.
And maybe next year when they're double what they are this year. So for the spectators who missed this, the penalties were cut in half for the default to give players a little bit of grace period to get used to the new tablet method. But starting next year, they're going to be twice what they are for this tournament.
Yeah. So I'm looking at 2 clubs doubled. It looks like 2 clubs doubled is going down. Maybe it was just always going down, and maybe I was incorrect in my assessment of what was happening. But the defense
So
will come to 2 more spades and a heart trick for down 1. Good decision then, ultimately, by Pratap to double 2 clubs. It wouldn't have been a game even if it made. It would have just been 180, but
yeah,
still would have been a costly 3 imps in a close match.
so here it'll be a push.
No, it'll be 5 for his side.
Oh, you're right. They were plus in both rooms. You are correct.
Yeah. Would have only been 180 if no one found the blue card. Well, they didn't. They didn't. We're not as enterprising in the US as players are in other countries. Not too many redoubled contracts, at least outside of the junior realm.
Yeah, so we have the rare impossible spade in the green room.
Yeah. Yeah, so a heart by West and no trump denying spades. 2 diamonds, therefore 2 spades has no reason to be natural. You can't have a spade fit. So it just shows diamond support. Double by South. Looks like a lead directing type double.
Yeah, I think this is actually a pretty good description of his hand, where he gets to show that he has a good 3 diamond raise and then not do anything more over 2 spades doubled than bid 3 diamonds to show that he has a good 3 diamond bid.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it's going to do fine, right? They're going to lose a club with the ace on side, a heart, but also take 2 heart tricks with that ace on side, and a spade.
Yep. Some of your friends got benched from the New Zealand Open team because the captain didn't like the occasional minus 2200. Well, if you're only going minus 2200 and your plus scores are like plus 120, then I would probably also bench them. But if you're going like plus and minus 2200, then it's probably fine. Keep them in. Let the boys play. Ewan says that I haven't played with Zach enough. 30% of the doubles get sent back. The success rate's always 50-50. You either make it or you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same auction in the blue room. I do appreciate that the players are actually thinking about what they're doing, because we watched the USA1 women's event yesterday, and they finished the segments with 60 minutes on the clock. And we're just like hemorrhaging imps on every action. And
yeah, the way someone who I'll allow to retain their anonymity described it after watching some of the first day of play was that, like, in the end, a normal number of tricks is taken, which goes one side will hemorrhage 1 or 2, and the other side will hemorrhage 1 or 2 back, and then it'll hemorrhage another one, and like the standard play was so poor on both sides that normal, at least, numbers of tricks were taken, but just like by both sides refusing to take whatever was put in front of them.
Yep. That's about right.
Yeah.
So I think you're correct. Declare is taking a club finesse now in 3 diamonds, and will be able to pitch a club, rough a club, lose a trick to the ace of spades, and claim the rest.
Yeah, I think he just has everything else, right? He's got just draw 1 more trump. Yep, here we go.
Yep. I was a little surprised that we didn't just like pull the next round of trump before trying this plan, but I guess it's all fine. Probably no roughs are outstanding if the opponents didn't get one already. So it looks like a similar auction in the blue room. North does have a bit of a spade fit, but I don't see any reason red-white to, balance in three spades, despite the diamond shortness here. Your partner hasn't really promised a five-card spade suit. They might have a suit like ace, king, jack, fourth, I suppose, and is just really hoping for the lead.
They could have overcalled, and it's obviously a pretty aggressive position to be overcalling red-white, but yeah, as you say, like, what exactly you're playing your partner for if you bid here. And you do have a nice hand with a singleton diamond, but...
Yep. So 3 diamonds all passed, should be the same 10 tricks. We do get the asked for spade lead in that room, though. I recall in the green room, Drew Kaysen completely ignored his partner and just led a trump against the auction. But
yeah, which honestly I think is totally fine, right? Like, your partner suggested spade strength, but is a trump lead auction, and partner having one that's just locked up probably makes a trump lead at least as attractive as a spade.
Yeah.
Like, where a loser's going, right?
Yeah.
So I actually like the trump lead better than this.
Sure. So green room.
And just singleton's scary.
Yeah. So,
Right.
so green room, South opens a no trump. I mean, South is a little bit off shape, but well within the range, 16 count. East elects to balance 2 spades, showing spades and a minor. 5-5. We did see a bit of a crazy hand from the women's event the other day, where one of the players elected to overcall on 5-4 shape over a no trump and got into enormous trouble, got doubled, and then the defense dropped like 2 tricks and was only down 1. So she learned that it was a good decision to overcall on 5-4 from that experience.
I mean, that honestly kind of is the lesson a lot of players learn from those. Like, if you never get punished for making your bad bids, you never learn why they're bad bids.
Yep. That is kind of an important point and a good reason why I think for a lot of the younger players or players that are less experienced, that I would say it is valuable to gain experience playing in these types of events. But yeah, you're absolutely right that sometimes, even if they play in these high-level competitions, they just aren't running into the most challenging opponents, and they learn the wrong lessons.
Yeah, it makes it very tough to graduate to the next level if you're really never challenged to play better.
Right. Huh.
So meanwhile, let's actually just come off the rails a bit for north-south.
Yeah, in the green room here. So,
Yeah.
okay, I don't think they're really out of it yet, but we'll see what South does over North's presumed 3 club bid.
Well, it's going to go 3 clubs, and the East is going to double this, obviously. So I think South.
What if East passes though? What if East divines what is happening? Okay, East doubles.
Yeah.
I'm still not convinced we aren't playing 3 clubs doubled. Okay, we're not. So I think South knew what he was doing all along. He was just taking a bit of a roundabout way to get there. So 2 no trump was scrambling. South redoubled 2 no, I guess, just hoping to hear something from his partner. Like, if his partner bid 3 diamonds, I don't know, maybe that would give him more information on the next round if the opponents competed to 3 spades. But
yeah, I don't really know what that redouble was supposed to be about.
Yeah, but so it looks like he knew what was going on. His partner bid 3 clubs. Yeah. He pulled to 3 diamonds, and now East is thinking. I mean, East has a huge hand, but he hasn't really heard any sort of positive noise from his partner, which means it might just be a misfit and he's vulnerable. No real reason to overcompete.
Yeah, I would guess, thinking about it, the South redouble, if he passes, I'm sure he was worried that he might be suggesting it was playable. If he bid 3 clubs or 3 diamonds, that might have sounded like his own suit. So redoubling was, the way he was trying to say that neither of those 2 was what was going on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I'm saying that 'cause I'm looking at his hand.
Yep.
It makes it a lot easier to figure out his intentions.
Yeah, yeah. But I think that's kind of like, or at least that's how I view commentary a lot of the time, is like, it's not really our job to necessarily push our own positions on the players. It's kind of our job to interpret what's going on in front of us and what the players are thinking about. And
Mhm.
so, yeah, it's good to come up with a explanation for why South is making his decisions, even if we don't agree with them. Um, yeah, so Ewan says if partner had bid three diamonds showing diamonds and hearts, could have chosen hearts. So you mean if North was scrambling showing both red suits, and then over the redouble bid three diamonds, presumably showing a two suitor? Yeah, he could pick hearts. That's possible. Yeah, I think that's possible. It's definitely an unusual enough auction that even in partnership that might be fairly established, you might not have good agreements in this position. And so South was just choosing a practical thing to do that he thought was going to avoid his side going minus 800. Is that even possible? Minus 800? I guess 800 is not possible, but like minus 1,000. Um,
Yeah, so meanwhile, are they gonna have a chance in this contract? Let's see. They have two spades, and that's it off the top. All, all that 4-1 trump break probably isn't.
well, the Jack of
So
Hearts
let's
sets
see.
up, which is good
Right,
news for Declare. The diamonds are kind of friendlily positioned, where South can rough clubs high in his hand and rough hearts low in the dummy.
right. So he'll probably end up losing a trick to the 10 of diamonds, but not too many besides those other two spades.
Yeah, so I guess his optimal line of play is going to be to like win the diamond queen, go ace of hearts heart rough, club to the king, jack of hearts heart rough. Um,
But yeah, although I suspect he's going to win this in hand to preserve honors in both suits. No, you're wrong. I'm wrong, rather. You got it right.
it would be natural except for the two spade bid. Like we know East has spades
Hmm.
and clubs, and we expect him to be 5-5. We probably also expect that the diamonds are 4-1 based on the way the defense has gone. Like if East had two diamonds and a stiff heart, he may well have switched to a heart, trying to get some sort of like trump promotion going on. So yeah, I think Declare is taking this exact line of play. Now club to the king.
This is right. He knows.
Yeah,
Oh, this is
this is
weird.
also fine, right? Diamond to the ace. Now we can confirm that East is out of diamonds, so we can go Jack of Hearts heart, club to the king, cash two diamonds, and then concede the rest. We have our 9 tricks. Good line of play. Good line of play.
Yes, is right. He has four more tricks from here, three trumps in the king of clubs. So
Yep. Yeah, Brad kind of makes the counterpoint a while back. I saw your message, Brad. I wasn't ignoring you. That the the counter argument to overcalling too late and not getting punished by either the opponent's not doubling or them misdefending is being like, well, I should only overcall when I have the contract made in my own hand. Um, so there does need to be a bit of a delicate balance between those things. And yes, also a bit of a different auction than the other room. I was wondering if we might see this. I know some players, hate opening a no trump with the south hand just specifically because they have one 5 card major and one 2 card major. They don't like getting to a 5-2 fit when they could have like a 9 card fit in their own suit. Um, that's not my personal preference. I mean, I'm perfectly happy opening the south hand and no trump because it fits within the high card range.
yeah, I think my style is also a no trump, but I don't hate. You do have an easy rebid. I mean, your hand isn't so strong that you're um that you're worried about bidding two diamonds and having it get passed out when you have a game. So I think it's fine.
Yeah. Well, Brad says if it was 2533, he thinks that one no would be 100% normal. I don't know if normal
Yeah.
is the right way to say it, but there are definitely players that I know, I think strong expert players that I know, who would just not open South's hand to no trump when they have 2-5 in the majors in either direction, regardless of having a side 4-card suit. So two spades by East is the contract here.
Yeah, this looks like it's pretty solid, doesn't it?
So how many tricks is East taking? The heart rough comes at the cost of a natural trump trick, and South doesn't really have a re-entry to cause declare any problems.
Yeah, and you can, if you guess the clubs, you'll take a bunch of club tricks.
It looks like you have two club losers, so you'll lose two clubs, you'll lose a diamond, a
Mm.
heart, and a spade.
And a spade for making two.
Yeah, unless the most pressing defense is if the defenders just start tapping declare and diamonds, then maybe you run out of club tricks.
Maybe, but so you'll take five spades and a heart and one club. Yeah, so I think you might be able to score a club rough if that happens.
Yep,
Like if they're tapping you enough, it doesn't matter if you rough with the ace of spades.
right. Okay, we get a trump switch, which I think probably is marked from South's perspective. He's looking at that short clubs and dummy. He has short clubs. Declares presumably about to start roughing that suit in the dummy.
Yeah. And he has every other suit locked up, so he's not worried about anything running away.
Yep. This is going to pick up the spades for declarer. Um. Okay. Okay.
Like it only sort of picks them up, right? Because his natural play from dummy is a club now with only one entry. So North is still going to get his jack of spades.
I'm wondering if declare is just going to play a spade to the 9, pull trumps, and then go ace of clubs, low club. But we'll see. I do want to pull attention to the green room while the auction's still on the table, because this is a very Gibb-esque bid that we're seeing from Bob Hamman. Brad says he doesn't understand Bob's 2 spade bid in the green room. I don't know what to tell you. I don't understand 2 spades either. This is obviously his plan, right? He wants to bid both suits.
Yeah, and four clubs also is, I guess sort of normal, but looks a little weird.
Yeah, so what exactly is going on? North opened a club, East came in 1 diamond with a past hand partner. I'm a little surprised by 1 diamond. I think I would have definitely preempted on the East cards.
I think equal red with a bad suit. I like a diamond just fine.
Okay, so 1 diamond,
Yeah.
2 clubs
The
by
player,
South.
by the way, did take my club finesse. Okay.
A club to the queen looks really weird when South is the one who opened. But anyway, yeah, so back to the auction in the green room. 2 clubs by South, looks pretty normal from that hand. He has a 10 count. It might be sort of a limit raise if you wanted to try a 2 diamond bid, but his hand's a little janky with 4 triple 3. And then Bob with 6-5 in the majors elects to bid his shorter suit. But his plan, it looks pretty clear, was to just bid both of his suits, get both of them into play. He has the club void. He does have King Jack Doubleton in his partner's suit, which is probably working. So I think he might have been worried, or maybe he just had no way to show both majors over clubs. Like 3 clubs would be in support of diamonds, 4 clubs would be a splinter.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely right. If you wanted to bid both suits, you kind of had to do it this way. And yeah, they're sort of equal strength with Queen Jack 10-9-8 versus Jack 10-9.
Right.
So meanwhile, this auction was not close to done at that point.
Yeah, so So Bob does come in with two spades. North bids four clubs. Presumably just like extra stuff, right? He has the 7-card club suit. He has a little bit extra in the way of high cards. The short spades is probably nice. And then Bob balances four hearts. East corrects to what he expects to be his longer trump fit in four spades. And South... Why did South bid five clubs?
He must have thought that North's four clubs was an invitation to save, or possibly an invitation to bid to make.
Yeah, okay. I'm
Which,
just...
I think it's going to.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Yeah, that Queen of Hearts is a big card. Who would have thought on this auction? But
Yep.
I would have been a little surprised just because to me it looks like I have so much stuff in the majors that I would prefer to defend. Although I suppose four spades might have made. Wow.
Another
Good
big
decision
result for
by
the Hamman
South.
team. Yeah. Sorry, big result for the Goodman team.
Yes. Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on board 36 in the blue room as that develops. Two spades does go down one in the blue room to push the board for three diamonds making by the other team. A quick look at the board in the green room before we dive into the auction in the blue room. So North opens a heart. Looks like South is probably going to bid a spade. West is going to come in with something. I guess you have to double with the West hand.
With a 20. I think with a 20 count and three aces, you don't really have a choice.
Yeah. And North-South will find their spade fit after the double. North will redouble. And East-West might end up playing in a club part score. Could go three clubs all pass eventually. Something like that.
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty likely. I mean, maybe West would double again just because hand is so good, but that won't go all that well for him because East will probably have to bid three diamonds.
Yeah. Brad says both Drew and Bob have been dealt a 1-no trump opener. That's
All right.
that's quite a large range that you have on your no trumps.
Yeah, so the defense, obviously five clubs is no play. The defense can be three no trump if they have to be a little bit careful, but they can do it.
Yes, Declare appears to have just 8 tricks in his own hand. So
yeah,
I assume you're right about that. But
I am. It's a little complicated, right? So North leads a spade. Declarer has to duck that, and South has to put a diamond on the table to set up the 5th defensive trick before Declarer can get a heart trick.
right. I mean, South can play 2 spades, right?
Well, they both have to hold, but he still has to play a diamond
Yeah.
at trick 3 and not a heart.
Yeah. Yep. That is correct.
Yeah, I think certainly if they play 2 spades, South will still find himself on lead. So, as predicted, we have the sport redouble. West does just bid 3 clubs, so that will end the auction.
Yeah, so, okay, I did want to...
I take it back. That will not end the auction.
Yeah, it's the auction's not over in the green room, but I don't expect a bunch of fireworks. I mean, 3 hearts might get doubled, and it might go all pass. Or East-West might end up in 4 clubs. I don't really know. But we have a bit of a different auction developing in the blue room because North-South have offered to play in 3 clubs. West, who has heard nothing from his partner, so in this room there wasn't even a 1 diamond overcall. East just elected to pass a club opposite a passed hand partner. I think they are playing precision.
Which I also think is fine.
And so West showed majors with apparently longer or better hearts. That's an unusual agreement.
Reasonable as a passed hand, though, where you would have opened a lot of very light hands that were 6-5 with 6 spades and 5 hearts in a precision context, so...
Yep. Good morning, V8. Welcome on in. So Westwood's three hearts, which has gone past pass, and
And
we know what double dummy par is on this hand. It's five spades doubled down one east west.
right.
Am I 100% certain of that? I guess club taps don't really hurt declare. They lead a club, you ruff, you play a trump, they duck, you play another trump, they win. They play another club, you ruff. Yeah, and then you just have six running diamonds. I mean, that's because Queen Doubleton falls in the diamond suit. But
Right.
so three hearts by West. I mean, this is going to be, I guess we already said it, huge result for Goodman.
Does this make?
Three hearts? I imagine it will. Three
'Cause the
trump
Doubleton
losers and the
spade
ace of
is,
spades.
Yeah, can they get a tap going effectively? Probably not.
Not
Well, not
really.
anymore after that hard lead.
Yeah.
I wonder if they could. Could they have a trick one?
I don't think so. I mean, Declare could just elect to set up the spade suit. North would be roughing with a natural.
Right. As they lie, yeah. Wow.
So that's going to be 14 or 13. It's only 890, so I think that's 13.
890 is 13. We looked that up the other day.
Yeah.
There's no over trick.
No over trick, I don't think.
I guess yes. No way. Well, yeah. I don't think there's any way they're gonna crash the trumps.
Spade ducked, and then Declare just pulls trumps and runs all six diamonds, throwing all four spade losers from hand. That would be an over trick.
Yeah, the Gibbs do stuff like that. I don't think this north-south pair is going to.
Probably not.
Yeah, those are always so funny though. When Gibb just waits until trick 13 to rough.
Yeah. Yep.
Usually it's fine.
So green room, Bob Hamman does finally sell out to the opponent's contract. I'm a little surprised that Weichsel didn't bid four clubs, and I think that's an explanation for the way the defense has gone here. Bob's expecting his partner not to have queen third of clubs for the way the auction has proceeded. I mean, he showed a very good hand. He made a takeout double and then bid his own suit at the 3 level. So Declare being gifted a rough sluff on this trick.
Yeah, I think so. Excel with 3 clubs sort of knows it's a law of total tricks violation. At best to bid 4 clubs, right? If there's a 9 card fit for the opponent, but it sounds like there's not. Because I guess there could be, but it's not super likely. So, if it's an 18 trick hand, he might as well defend. For all he knows, 4 clubs is going to be a nightmare.
Right. Yeah, and so, I mean, it looks like Bob has maybe elected to just start tapping Declare. This is a bit of an unusual defense, I think, because now, even if East had the jack of diamonds, he's making it. The reason Declare was making this hand was because the ace-queen doubleton of diamonds is on side, so Declare can actually just take 2 diamond tricks by leading up towards the king. And this defense has been a little bit sloppy, I think, given that Bob did have this beat. If his partner had the diamond jack.
He had this beat. I'm not sure why.
Well, Declare would have 2 diamond losers, and the only way to avoid that would be
No. But okay, so what card do you want him to lead besides the 10 of clubs?
Ace of diamonds, diamond.
Oh, I see. Then he can rough out the heart. Well, he can rough out the hearts, but not cash the third one because someone can rough it probably.
Yeah.
I mean, here someone can, and he knows it's him.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, good points.
Maybe he knew though. Like once Peter turned up with that queen third of clubs, Bob was like, "There's no way he's getting me this time." I can't imagine Peter could also have the jack of diamonds and pass this out.
Yeah, I suspect he just didn't see the position.
Yeah. As I said, Bob Hamman, overrated fish and does not deserve. No. He still plays pretty well.
So your speculation yesterday that Chambers and Shermer play intermediate twos at least some of the time seems to be correct because he's open 2 hearts on a 12 count with 6 hearts.
Oh, although he has now called the TD, 7 bids late into the auction.
Yeah, but he alerted
Yeah.
2 hearts, so I'd be surprised if that's it. I suspect there was just a break in tempo at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look correct. That feels like an intermediate 2 to me. First seat, unfavorable.
Yeah, I got the director call might have been on himself, but given that he alerted it, I would guess he actually knew what 2 hearts was.
Yep. Okay, so we'll see if in the blue room there's a bit of a more swingy action. I mean, 3 spades does make, and 3 spades always was going to make, given the favorable diamond layout. I guess that's not technically true. West could have just led his doubleton diamond and used partner's club queen to get a diamond.
Yes.
No, you know what? We'll let them do their thing because I don't suspect that North South are getting to 3 spades. So 2 hearts.
Double W solver says it's cold. You're welcome.
Yeah. It looks good because of that ace queen doubleton of diamonds. So, but here it appears that East West are going to be reaching 3 no trump from the east. Which will probably make the defense a little bit easier.
I do not think they might get to 3 no trump, but I do not believe that East next call is going to be 3 no trump.
Right, yeah, but I suspect it's probably going to go, so double pass, 3 no. I mean, East might bid 4 diamonds.
Yeah, and keep in mind, though, the fact that North's opening bid shows a real hand really changed the tenor of this auction because from West's point of view, North could easily be ace king jack 6th, right?
Yep.
Like opposite of normal week 2, maybe you take your chances. Here, I think the risk reward of catching North with not running hearts is not great.
Okay, yeah, fair point. And so West agrees and elects to balance 4 clubs.
Yeah, I think East, he knows he has one really great feature to his hand. Partner's bid very strongly. We'll see what he does.
Yeah, I'm curious now that you say this, right? So East bid 2-0, obviously Lebensal, and if West's decision was to just bid 3 hearts and then bid 4 clubs, I wonder why he didn't just bid 3 clubs over 2-0.
Because 3 clubs would be a Lebensal response and not show extras.
Right, but if partner passes 3 clubs, I mean, partner's not passing 3 clubs, right? But I would be concerned that this auction looks forcing to me.
Sorry, I'm not following you. So this was the only way that West had to show strength with clubs.
Well, bidding 3 clubs and then bidding 4 clubs over partner's next action.
Right, but some of the time there is no next action.
You mean the times when partner has long clubs? I mean, regardless, do we really want to be forcing to game with those hands? It looks like 4 clubs wasn't forcing. I mean, East passed.
Yeah, obviously. Oh, well, I think, obviously it wasn't forcing, but I think probably it shouldn't be forcing. You've shown what you have. If you wanted to force, you could redouble or bid 4 hearts. Yeah. I guess 4 hearts would be a little scary because I haven't shown anything by your hand.
Yeah, you just doubled and cubed twice.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're in 4 clubs, and that contract It looks like it's probably going to go down one. The defense needs to be a little careful to ruff this third round of hearts, but it looks like North has diagnosed that that's what's going on. So now Declare will just end up losing a diamond and a spade from this point. But still 3 imps. It'll be a small pickup. For the, man, I can never figure out the teams. For Goodman. Goodman will pick up 3 imps. Green room over here, we have...
Isn't four clubs making?
Is 4 clubs making? How is 4
You
clubs
lose a diamond
making?
and a spade? You've lost 2 tricks already. I was reading the tricks backwards.
Yeah. You still have 2 losers from this spot?
Yeah, it was not. Yeah, I saw 1 trick East West and was thinking that never mind.
Yeah, I mean, Declare still has some chances to make. Like, it's not going to work out here, but
right.
he potentially could have like tried to set up one of his side suits. I mean, I guess technically he can go ace queen of diamonds here and make the contract. That's the only way. Use that queen of clubs as an entry to take a roughing hook, and then play the 2 of clubs to the 4.
And use the 4 diamonds, take another roughing finesse. So.
Yeah, it's probably less percentage than just like taking the diamond hook. South is marked with values on this auction to some extent, so Declare just claimed on the diamond hook.
Well, particularly after North doubles 2 hearts, like North has presumably a spade card, and he doesn't need the king of diamonds at all, even in the context of an intermediate 2.
Right. So, yeah, green room bid to 4 spades on the next hand, board 38. Looks like we will probably see a fairly similar situation in the blue room. I guess we'll keep an eye on the auction, but in terms of the play, Declare appears to have a club and 2 hearts to lose pretty quickly, and then we'll need to guess the spade position. 9 card fit. Don't take the finesse.
Yeah, maybe you get lucky and West with a fairly weak hand leads a club and you guess right at trick 1.
Yeah.
I think short of that, you'll probably get the spade right because there won't be any opposing bidding and there won't be any kind of revealing lead most of the time, so you won't have anything better to do but lay down the ace king of spades.
Right. So in the blue room, we get the auction starting spade, 2 no trump, showing 4 card something raise. Could just be limit plus, could be game forcing. 3 clubs and artificial minimum. South just has a 5-3-3-2-12 count. I mean, despite some nice controls, the distribution kind of makes it unnecessary to show extras. 4 spades.
Yeah, I think you cannot possibly show extras with that hand.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good man. A moment partner does something, you're going to cooperate, but
right. Yep. Well, in the green room, Declares starting spades the wrong way. I mean, to some extent. Has led the king and has now led another one, but does play to the ace, so that's going to be 4 spades making. Will lose a club trick from here. We get a heart lead in the blue room.
So we have same lead in both rooms, I believe, or did they lead a diamond in the other room? Looks like they led a diamond.
Okay. Well,
Just
Declare
the fact
will...
that diamonds were played before trumps.
Yeah, Declare will play low from dummy here. There's no real reason to waste the queen. Some situations, like if you had the queen opposite a singleton, you could put it up and, see if East happened to have like the ace-king or just the ace. They would tend to be covering with the king from their holding, but normally with like queen 4th here opposite a doubleton, you're just going to play low, get some more information about the hand. So heart to the king, jack of diamonds switch. I mean, looks pretty natural from East perspective to switch to his diamond honor sequence. And we'll see if Declare makes the same guess in the spade suit. It does seem as if...
he will.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem as if Declare in the green room, so Jim Krikorian, spent a little time fiddling around with the other suits to collect a bit more information. Like the fact that East has already turned up with the Ace-King of Hearts, given the opening lead. Like maybe if he were to play a low club to the Queen, which I think would be a very sensible way to gain some new info. If a low club to the Queen lost East-King, now you know to hook the spade, because then East would have a 12 count and have passed in first seat.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like anyone's roughing anything, so that's a pretty safe continuation for Declare at this point.
Yeah, so I'm a little surprised that South in the other room didn't elect to play on clubs if he was fishing for more info. But we'll see what Neil Chambers does in the blue room. Let's jump over to the green room now for this 3 no trump contract, because Declare appears to have a good solid diamond suit that he can take 6 tricks in, but is kind of lacking in other areas. And I think on this auction, West will probably lead a high club and then shift to a high heart. And so that's exactly what Bob's doing. Notably, you know, like Ace-King third, still an excellent lead against 3 no trump.
Yeah, so South needed to open a no trump on his terrible 13 count. Then West would have let a spade.
True, yeah, maybe. I think you're probably right with the 5-card spade holding and 2 entries, that West might have elected to lead a spade rather than a club from Ace-King.
I think so. Yeah, I think I'm that kind of betting, like 1 no, 3 no. You don't want to dislodge one of your entries when you have a weak 5-card suit.
Right. But in this scenario, when a spade lead is out, given the 1 spade opener, West pretty happy to just lead a club, take a look at the dummy. He doesn't know if he needs to continue. Ooh. Uh-oh.
Looks like it's just going to let them make immediately, right?
Yeah.
Take 6 diamonds and 2 clubs and can just set up a trick in the majors.
Right. Who was it that said Bob Hamman shouldn't be on the... No, I'll stop. That looks like a very strange play to me, especially since you're just looking at this Queen third of clubs and dummy.
Yeah, if he was planning to play a heart, I don't see what the hurry was to catch the other club.
Right.
That feels... Obviously some kind of carding mix up, but it feels really strange.
Yep.
With the Queen third and dummy, knowing you're setting up a trick.
Yeah, very, very unusual. But yeah, now Declare just has an easy 9 tricks. He's not going to fool around with trying to play on spades, even though we can see.
I mean, he might make an over trick, right? Can he catch 6 diamonds and?
Not really.
No. Right, I was thinking like he can play East, but of course, like not in any meaningful way. He'll just take the club now, and he still have 2 aces left.
Yeah. So a pretty big slip up defensively for Hamman, and that's going to be a good result for Goodman. I suspect they'll beat it in the other room. I think they'll get to the same 3 no contract. It looks like South had a pretty normal 1 spade opener, or pretty normal opening bid of some sort. And
so we've got kind of an interesting sequence of plays in the blue room in this 4 spade contract. So when it looks like it did go heart to the king, jack of diamonds, and Declare played a second heart to try to get some information.
Yeah, it's a little weird to me that you would play a heart, because the only heart card that you know you're missing is the jack. So even if he's turns up with the... Yeah, like you know where the ace is from the opening lead, or at least you presume. Right. Probably hasn't cost too much, but it still just feels a little weird. Like, to me, the club discovery play actually could have allowed you to guess the spades better, whereas this heart play didn't really give any new information. And now that you see the king of clubs with West, you don't really have any reason to suspect one player is more likely to have the spade queen. So I think West will probably just return a diamond or a club. Don't give any information away. East sticks in the 9. This is maybe a technical point where on defense, if you know that Declare is fishing for information about a queen guess, and it looks like, it's a 9-card spade fit from your side, you want to make it look as if you have so many cards in all of the other suits. So East led the Jack originally. Presumably, Declare is going to place him with the 10 of diamonds. So if East played the generic false card rule of play the card you're known to hold, it might look like he was shorter in diamonds, and therefore Declare would go spade to the ace spade and pick up the suit. But if he's able to convince Declare, hey, I'm sitting over here with long clubs and long diamonds, you should finesse my partner for the spade queen, that might be a way to earn his side a game swing.
Yeah, so interestingly, in the green room, I just took a quick look at the play record, and Krikorian made the same play. It went hard over, diamond shift, and he actually won in dummy to lead a low hard away from the queen.
Mm-hmm.
So he also declined, and then East played another diamond, and at that point he decided to stop screwing around and draw trumps now that they were threatening a ruff.
Right.
So neither Declare chose to make a discovery play in clubs.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, neither Declare chose to make a discovery play at all. Yeah. So I can't. This level of play is beyond me. This is why I could never play in the senior trials. I'm just not up to the level of these players. But anyway, we'll see what happens in the blue room on 39. This is the one where Jim Krikorian got some very friendly defense to let 3-no make. But I think the auction's going to go pretty similarly, albeit a little slowly. So let's take a look at what's going on with this Flannery auction in the green room.
And speaking of slowly, by the way, East-West have, or rather, the blue room has 47 minutes to play 7 full boards, so less than 7 minutes a hand.
Yeah.
That table is certainly in some time trouble.
Yep. Alright, so Brad, the Flannery expert over here, doesn't like Jim's 2-no trump. So East opens 2 diamonds, Flannery, in 3rd seed. South passes. West bids 2 hearts, just natural in the play. Pass, double. Huh.
It's okay. We were against it very often.
Well, it looks like Jim's plan was to double and then bid no trump, right? That's exactly what happened. And it feels like that's a bit overstating his values.
I think there was a little confusion here. What I suspect happened is Jim thinks that Kaysen's 2 spades shows a spade stopper and obviously a better hand than a 4 triple 3-5 count. Obviously, Kaysen was just hoping to get to play 2 spades despite the Flannery bid, I think.
Right.
Like, okay. It feels like North-South just don't entirely know what they're doing.
Let's just someone clip that. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it is a little weird that you might offer to play 2 spades sitting in front of the hand that has promised a 4-card spade suit in the auction. But you are absolutely correct that Drew Kaysen was sitting here thinking, I don't want to bid 3 of a minor.
If I'm going to play the opponent's suit, I'd much rather it be spades than hearts.
Yep. Yeah. Double should be take out hearts.
I think the other thing in his mind might have been that if his partner did take it out, he has 3 of all the other suits. Corey would just bid his longest suit, and that would be fine too.
Yep.
So. But yeah, obviously Krikorian was not expecting to buy just a spade stopper for this action.
Right. Well, how bad
So the
is
other
it?
room,
I guess. Okay, yeah, Declare's in loads of trouble. He has no dummy entries to take these diamond hooks.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, you said in
And
the
by
other
the
room.
way,
Ooh.
yeah, so this will be quite a sizable pickup um, to the Goodman team because there's no chance of going for 603 diamonds.
Right. So, I mean, North South are probably going to be thrilled once they find out the location of the hard ace that they
Right.
avoided 3 no trump, but then they'll realize that they still lost 10 on the board.
Yeah, I think they're going to certainly think they have a very good result for plus 110.
Right.
I think that's all they lose, right? Is two clubs and one of each major.
Yeah, the club's split, so there's no club rough outstanding.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so we have comments about the Flannery type stuff from all of our Pacific Island friends. So double is take out of hearts. Passing 2 diamonds denies a 2-no overcall, and 2 spades should be natural. So you think South's 2-no should be minors then?
Oh, yeah. I don't know that one necessarily implies the other. We'll see what Brad has to say.
Yeah, and Scissors, the biggest troll since DT left the chat. 2 hearts is both minors if they play 2 diamonds inferior Flannery instead of 2 hearts superior Flannery. I don't even know what that comment means.
That if you're going to play Flannery, your Flannery bid should be 2 hearts and not 2 diamonds.
Oh, okay. And South could overcall 2 hearts.
Yeah, I think there's a sound case for playing 2 hearts Flannery if you want to be a Flannery pair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on the opponents when your opening bid can pass out. They have to decide if they're competing immediately.
Also, I don't know about running with scissors, but Brad is talking in a context where 2 diamonds multi is legal. So 2 diamonds multi, 2 hearts Flannery, 2 spades, whatever you feel like is a really good method.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, in North America, we don't have that option. So 2 diamonds Flannery. I mean, at this level, they can play multi, but maybe they just don't want to play different systems for different events.
Yeah, it's really awful, actually, how multi isn't allowed except for whatever the biggest open events are.
Yeah, and it is allowed in unlimited open pair events as well as higher level team events. But yeah, like you can just go to a regional and play multi.
Right. Yeah, look at this. Both pairs are playing 2 diamonds Flannery here.
Yeah,
I hadn't even looked
because
at East's hand. East has a big hand. East has 15.
so I guess East West play 1 diamond shows 0 diamonds, right? Because aren't they playing precision?
Yes. I'm pretty sure we did see them play precision. So yeah, that's very interesting that they can use 2 diamonds precision-wise to show this hand.
Yeah, I guess you figure that, they're going to have some holes in their system. This is obviously a higher priority for them than, than having 1 diamond. Like, once 1 diamond is guaranteeing only 2, it might as well guarantee 0. So I kind of like treating it this way.
Mm-hmm. Brad says they might play 2 clubs as 5 or more clubs. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's
Possible.
that could be the alternative.
That's not super popular in the US, though. Most pairs like to play 2 clubs showing 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it obviously would resolve the 1 diamond problem, but I would guess that's not how they resolve it, just based on, the methods I know are popular.
Right.
Meanwhile, they have gotten to a totally normal and quiet 2 heart contract.
Yep. Yeah, and it looks like it's not going to be a large swing. I don't expect one way or another. I assume 2 hearts is making, but maybe I'm incorrect about that. It's possible that a that a diamond lead was necessary to beat two hearts, because it looks like Declare should be able to set up a club discard.
Yeah, I think Declare probably will just run the Jack of Clubs at some point.
Maybe
Yeah, try
things
and
are a
ruff,
little more complicated than I thought, because South can
try
win
to ruff a spade.
this and like switch to the King of Diamonds. Declare will probably have to duck that. And it looks like both South and East are just repeatedly getting unplayed on this hand.
Maybe, but can East plan to run the Jack of Clubs, which obviously will work very well here, with the thought that he can eventually ruff a spade and dummy to cast the extra club?
Yeah, I don't think that's enough tricks though. It looks like he needs to either rough two spades in hand, or
Oh, sorry, in hand.
so he's got two heart losers. He's got a spade loser. He's got a diamond loser. These are all guaranteed, and I suppose as long as he picks up the ace queen doubleton of hearts in South, like one way or another, he can stick in the jack here if he wants, but then he'll need to duck the second round. He can afford to lose one extra trick. So I think you're right. I think you're right. Two hearts will probably make, but that means it's just going to be a 1-imp swing for 2-0 going down
Meanwhile,
3 in the other room.
meanwhile, like Sell has made what I would consider to be an offbeat decision to overcall two clubs. So let's see if this gets him into any trouble.
I expect it won't, but yeah, we'll see. Scissors said we have a goulash alert in this room, which looks
Right. Well,
correct.
I mean, the question was he going to pull two clubs double to two spades? In which case, his side could end up just in a world of hurt.
Oh, interesting question. Yeah. Um,
So now he's made this redouble. Let's see how much North trusts South. Not very much.
well,
Well, of
it's.
course,
I
East
think.
East is certainly not done bidding here, is my guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure two clubs redoubled was making. So
I didn't really weigh in on that issue. Just that presumably redoubler knocks out passes penalties.
yeah, I think the pass of the redouble is penalty, because otherwise you can't just allow the opponents to have a free psych against you here.
Right.
Um,
Right, you have the whole two level to preference out over partners take out double. So
right.
all right, so declared did actually it looks like he played the jack of clubs to the ace and let a spade to the jack. Is that possible? Just judging by the cards that are no longer in his hand.
Yeah, North split the spade honors and hopped up on the next round. So the way things are, it looks like Declare will be able to rough a spade in his hand, rough a club back to dummy, pull the last trump, and lose two diamonds, and he's going to make two. Sensible line of play.
So here we go.
All right. As who was it that said that to me? As a famous European player once said to me, "Man or mouse in this position, in the middle of play, mind you." And this was not behind screens. I had doubled the opponents for penalty. My partner ran, and then the opponents had competed to one level higher in the same suit, and I mistakenly doubled them again.
Do you remember who you were playing with?
Yeah, this was with Rocky in the
Wow,
2-day BAM.
so it's going back a long time.
Yep. So three clubs goes undoubled, and I still think this is making, right? The fact that the defense can't really like afford to start leading trumps, Declare just gets to rough all of his spades.
Well, the defense has what? They have one diamond.
And
well, three clubs, or well, two or three clubs, depending on how the play goes, because Declare can't rough spades without promoting the seven of clubs. So
I mean, it looks like Declare is
maybe
going to
that's
make
right. Maybe
four
this
to
is four
me.
tricks. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks to me like Declare is going to make four because I think he can ruff one heart in hand, pitch a spade on the ace of hearts, take the queen of diamonds, ruff two spades in the dummy, and then just throw south in and trumps.
Right.
So,
Yeah, so Babu has made the more normal two hearts Michael's bid. West has shown a little surprisingly, given that he has a pretty good hand. Unless you're playing it the other round. Yeah, West has shown a weak three clubs bid. I would assume they're playing two no trump as a more constructive pick a minor, as many players do.
yeah, well, we're already after five calls. I was called out the other day that pass is not a bid, so I can't say five bids.
Yeah,
But five calls in the other room were already above the contract in the green room,
yeah,
which took like four
yeah.
rounds of bidding.
Double is not a bid either, so there you go. Wow, so
Okay, so my question is, does a club lead beat four clubs? Because that's where we're headed. We are headed to four clubs doubled in the blue room, and
uh,
if a trump
I
lead
think there's
doesn't
a.
beat it,
I'm gonna before West bids. I'm gonna say I think there's a good chance we're heading for three no trump.
really? Oh, you think West is just betting 3 no over three hearts and East is going to pass?
I mean,
That's,
isn't that kind of what it sounds like? Each is asking West to do.
yeah, yeah, you're probably right about that.
Right, from us point of view, he's gonna have ace king queen jack six of clubs instead of ace king jack six.
Yep. Yeah, well, East can't really make another bid. East has showed his hand, so you're
Right,
absolutely right. 3 no is just going to end the auction.
right. So North will leave the king of hearts, and Declare will take six tricks probably.
Yeah, that feels like some number around there.
Yeah, whatever. Maybe they can scramble something up, but five sets of ace kings and aces and the king of diamonds. He's not gonna have too much more after that, given this horrible club break.
Yeah, so this is going to be some imps back in the way of Hammon's direction. Oh, South doubled. This is
Yeah,
giving
so
East a chance. He can run to four clubs, which is also getting doubled, by the way.
I think four clubs is definitely getting doubled after three no trump did. So we'll have to see. I don't think there's any real chance the South is going to lead a trump on that auction. So
Yeah, I don't expect to. I'm just wondering if that lead can beat it, because it looks like every other lead declares line of play is fairly straightforward, trivial, and just like falls into his lap, and it just works. Um,
yeah, so if you're sitting there as East, what's going through your mind? Like, right,
oof.
South didn't double, but South didn't double two hearts and now is doubling three no trump.
Yeah, hold on. Let me, because like for me to think about this, I would need to go into kibitzing mode. So I'm gonna click that for just a second.
Oh my god.
Um,
Fucking let's just sec.
all right, I'm ending the kibitzing because I know people don't like it. But yeah,
Well,
it's
yeah,
East
I
just
think you,
passes.
I think pretty reasonably.
Right. East is probably just sitting here thinking, well, I've showed my hand, and I don't really have any reason to suspect that partner believes my hand looks different than this. Um, so,
Right.
I
And
might
I
just
think
have eight tricks, and partner has the heart ace. Yeah, if they lead a heart instead of a diamond, then partner takes the ace of hearts, plays the queen of clubs, and then claims nine tricks. And if they lead a diamond, hats off to them. Maybe they can run five diamonds, but at least I'm making them guess. Whereas four clubs, we haven't really made it yet.
Right, and I think from his point of view, he can be pretty sure the South Double is based on club cards. But maybe when it is, partner turns up with some surprise that gets you some extra tricks and no trump. But in clubs, you're just losing whatever South's club tricks are.
Right. Yeah.
Like obviously here we can see that's, you know, a misjudgment as they lie, but I think it's a pretty reasonable thought process.
Yep. Yeah, so V8, there's a pinned message at the top of the channel because I put up a little poll on my YouTube about what types of commentary people like, and I threw it up last night, and when I woke up this morning, it was vastly in favor of seeing all of the hands instead of looking at a single player perspective. So I think Twitch chat is pretty happy to watch the kibitzing and just a single player. So if you want to influence what types of stuff we're going to be watching in the future, doing commentary on, please vote in the poll and express your opinion. Type an angry message to the people who voted against the single player perspective if you want.
Yeah, so this has been a pretty rough set for the Hammond team, but I guess they're about to get certainly a double-digit swing back here, right? This is going to go down at least a couple, and they're going to come close to making 3 clubs or possibly make it along the lines that you were speculating on.
Yeah. Well, Peter Weixel's thinking, and as you said, there's a lot of boards yet to be played. There's 4 more after this with only 27 minutes on the clock. So, and the hand's not over yet. I mean, 3 clubs undoubled doesn't feel like a contract that Weixel should be spending too much time on, but he is trying to be careful, and he probably sees the plan to take 10 tricks of N playing South. I think the 5-0 club split is marked on the auction.
Yeah, so we don't know exactly who's getting penalized, but Weixel is famously a pretty slow player.
Also, what happened in my graphics? Hold on, I'm gonna quickly jump out and come back because North has shifted 1 row to the right in the green room, and this is really an eyesore to look at. Okay, we've got it fixed now. I think it was because I clicked the kibitzing button.
Yeah, weird things happen when you do that, I've noticed.
Yeah.
Like a couple times I went kibitz and it just kicked me out of the view graph entirely.
Yep.
I'm going to step away and get a glass of water. We'll be back in just 1 moment.
Sure. So I'm curious how many tricks 3-0 is going to go down in this blue room, because we were speculating that Declara just has 6 top tricks, the Ace of Hearts, 1 high diamond, the Ace-King of Clubs, and Ace-King of Spades. And it kind of seems like that's what he's going to end up with, but I guess we'll see how the defense plays out. I mean, presumably now North is going to start cashing hearts, and maybe before setting up East's long heart, he might switch back to diamonds to kill the entry. Which I suppose means Declare actually has a strip squeeze against South, right? North is going to cash 2 hearts. South can pitch, say, a spade and a club on these tricks. North switches to a diamond around to the queen, but then Declare can go ace, king of spades, spade. South will be in, have to lead a club away from his queen third in the end position, so probably just 500. 3 clubs will make in the other room, so this will be something to the effect of 11 imps, 12 imps, somewhere in that range. Much needed pickup for Hamman, who is now down 40 in the match overall. And 40 imps looks a lot larger in this match than it has seemed in a couple of the other ones, because both teams are quite low scoring. So just thinking relative percentage-wise, Hamman is down approximately 25%. 500 to 599 is 11. Yeah, so 630 is going to be 12. Oh, North just makes things very easy for his side. Or for Declarer, I mean. He cashes the 10 of hearts, and so now Declarer just has that extra heart set up. That's a little weird to me. North can see that Declare is not taking extra diamond tricks, not taking extra spade tricks, looking at this dummy, and so the 10 of hearts just blows the contract immediately. Oh, and East actually pitched a spade from the dummy, so he was just going down extras on the Jack of Diamonds return. Whoa! Whoa! That's a big miss by North. A very lazy play. I mean, he's just cashing out against 3-no doubled, realizing he's getting a good result. But he could have earned a few extra imps there by collecting 800 when Declare had made a bit of a botch in the play. I don't think any of these 4 players played in the open trials, although I could be wrong about that. But if they had, there might be a little bit of fatigue setting in. They had a few days off for the mixed where they weren't playing, but now they're back competing in the seniors event. Very nicely done. Declare does make 10 tricks in the green room. I didn't really see the play at the end, but presumably Weichsel took the suggested line of play and playing south into leading trumps for him. And the lead is cut to 28. But both pairs are back on the same board. So we got a no trump from East in the blue room. We've seen a couple of the pairs elect not to open a no trump with these 5-4 type hands, depending on what their suits look like. We'll see if Weichsel does, and he kind of agrees. Both minors, not really the type of hand that you want to open a diamond and rebid 2 clubs. Not at imps, at least. So West in the blue room just transfers to spades and elects to play it there. He has a 7 count. Singleton, but singleton ace. And Bob Hamman in the green room, I'm expecting to do a similar thing, but some players play going through 2 clubs will show a mild invite with 5 spades, which is probably what Bob's hand looks like. The singleton ace, if it's fully working and partner has some spade support, then maybe you can play a game on the East-West cards. But we will see Bob being the declarer in the spade contract, I think. I mean...
Yeah.
He's
not sure what's going on here.
He's thinking about it. 2 no trump Bob would not work out very well for your side when the opponents lead a heart.
He can't possibly be thinking about doing anything other than 2 spades, right?
He's trying to find the button, I'm sure. That's the only problem.
He's a million years old. Is it possible he had to use the bathroom or something?
Yeah, that's possible. Maybe he is just on a potty break. We could see that. Still a little weird to bid 2 clubs and then leave everyone in suspense.
I'm just thinking of alternatives because, this is a hand where you think for 15 seconds and then pick one. Like, you don't think for 4 minutes. Especially on the second round of the auction when partner only had 3 possible bids he could have made.
Yeah.
So I suspect whatever it is, I suspect West is absentee for the moment.
Thank you for your vote, V8. It's an interesting decision whether or not you want to show this mild invite with spades. I mean, I was kind of talking about some of the pros and cons of it, but ultimately it is a 7 count at the end of the day with a pretty weak 5-card suit. So finally, Bob does come in with 2 spades, 5 spades. He doesn't announce it as mildly invitational, but I think the implication here is that he could have gone through a transfer to spades and bid 2-no if he had a serious invite with spades. Well, this might cause East to jump to 3 now. I mean, I'm looking at it, and he does have the 16 count with a nice 5-card diamond suit of his own. King Doubleton of Spades rates to be a good holding. That could go very poorly for his side, because I expect Bob is just going to pass. He feels like he's kind of showed his hand. I don't really think that Bob would pull to a known 5-2 fit with such weak trumps.
You mean if Peter bids 2-no trump now?
I mean, if Peter bids 3-no.
Peter bids 3-no. Who's going anywhere?
Right.
Right, isn't that why you bid 2 spades?
Yeah, exactly. You know, he's inviting partner to bid 3-no if he wants. Also 4 spades, but...
Right. And so 3-no is not going to go all that well for East-West here, huh?
No, it's really not. The diamond hook is losing. They're going to take 5 heart tricks and the ace of spades off the top. So...
Yeah, they can't even block the heart suit.
Right. Yep.
So I guess Peter is probably going to take this in, right? Like he has middle of his high card range, but a pretty good hand in terms of trick taking potential.
Yeah, one of the things that he's probably thinking about is just like, if partner does have this perfect king third of diamonds fitting his hand, like, how much more stuff can he have where the opponents just aren't running the heart suit immediately, outright? Because if we give partner the diamond king and the spade ace, that's probably already enough. And now 3-no just has no play. So yeah, he does elect to pass out 2 spades. I think a very well-informed decision from his perspective.
Right, because partner can't have the king of diamonds and enough to stop the hearts and enough to take an extra trick. I mean, like if you had ace jack fit the spades, it'd be great, but then his hand is too good.
Yeah, exactly. So, yep. So good choice by Peter. I wonder if that almost means that 3-no trump is never really part of the invitational type hand opposite these 2 spade bids. You just don't have enough high cards to make it most of the time.
Well, I mean, I think East could have, like let's say queen and 1, king and 1, and then the same high cards in the minors for 17 counts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then if partner has hypothetical ace jack of spades, you're just on, you're on a heart lead and a spade finesse.
Right.
Or running to diamonds and both black suit finesses. So, it's still going to be touch and go, but I think the hand exists where 3-no would be your most likely shot.
Right. So in the blue room, Declare has played carefully to, it looks like, make 2 spades. He now gets to access that stranded ace of diamonds winner by throwing north in. I wasn't really paying attention to the play, but this is what you might call a stepping stone, albeit there was no squeeze element to the play. So plus 110. Declare in the green room looks like might be off to a pretty bad start. Getting the club
I was wondering what exactly he was doing, and I think the answer was he wasn't sure either.
So what we're saying is that maybe Bob Hamman shouldn't be part of... No. Okay, I still have to meet my quota hourly for how many times I make fun of Bob's play and bidding. But
the Zach Grossack of the seniors.
Yeah. Well, North-South is going to collect this jack of diamonds, cash 2 clubs, the ace of spades is still to come. So it looks like this will end up being down 1.
Yeah, so it's a few imps back to the Goodman team, which could use them after that lose. Was it 14? Lose 12.
Yeah, lose 12 on the previous board. So... And it could have been more. I mean, I think you'd stepped away, but North made a pretty lazy play at the end. He could have collected 800, but ended up just cashing out for 500.
Yeah, I missed the play, but certainly looking at it from a double dummy perspective, it was hard to imagine what seventh trick could have been taken.
It's actually rather difficult. There's a strip squeeze against South, and that's Declare's seventh trick.
Oh, I see. Because
But
South has these major suit cards to deal with.
yeah, but Declare accidentally like removed his throw-in card, and then North just gave up, I guess, was what ended up happening. So I do wonder if fatigue is setting in a little bit for some of these players. But let's see what's going on in the blue room. One no trump by West, 15 count. All pass. We get a diamond lead from North's 5-card suit. I guess you could debate a little bit whether you want to lead a high diamond or fourth best diamond from that holding. North elects to lead from his honor sequence. Declare probably going to just take 7 tricks on this one. Looks like 4 spades, 2 diamonds, and a heart trick. I guess he can set up a second heart once that jack falls singleton.
Yeah, so I was watching play in the green room for no particular reason.
What happened in the green room?
I went down one as expected. I was just watching to see whether there's any chance of losing yet another trick.
Oh, right. I'm surprised that the King Jack of Clubs took the last 2 tricks, because wasn't North on lead with 100% information about the club suit and could have just cashed the King Jack earlier?
I think so.
That feels really weird to me, but he did get them eventually.
Yes,
So yeah.
He had seen his partner rough one, so it wasn't even an inferential count.
Right, yeah. It was very confusing that those took tricks 12 and 13 as opposed to like tricks 7 and 8 or whatever it was.
Right.
But all right, Declare in one no trump in the blue room is cashing a couple spades, I guess, just to test the suit and make sure that nothing bad was happening there before leading a heart up to the king. It feels a little unusual to me because if the spades hadn't split, we wouldn't have wanted to set up the jack for the defense before leading hearts. But now heart to the king. We can definitely just cash the 4th round of spades now, force the opponents to pitch, set up another heart, and collect 8 tricks. I think relatively safely. The only possibility here is that like South is able to run 7 clubs and the ace of hearts or something, but that they would have just hopped up with the heart ace at trick 1 or on that previous heart play. So there's 8 tricks in the blue room and 1 no trump. Board 43. We have
respectable results.
Yeah, we have a wildly different auction in the green room. So here, South opens 2 hearts preemptive, not playing some sort of multi-style. That caused West to make, pretty much the only bid he had available to him, which was 2-no. He hates to do it with 4-3-3 and only a 15 count, but pass, it's just like, your comment is that sometimes a hand has to be a maximum, and I guess this would be for a pass, but it feels a little bit too rich to check it out with King, Queen, 3rd of hearts.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, like the problem is if you're in even worse shape if you pass because partner, if they pass when they have a 10 or 11 count, it's horrible, and if they double, now you have to bid 3 no trump, which is not any, or now you have to or guess, you have 4 spades. At least you're like you bid 2 no, maybe partner can stay mid, you can back into your spade fit. Like passing probably makes it harder to keep every straight in play.
Yeah. And I'll say, I think Peter made a really, really strong decision here to check out, or to just raise to 3-no, despite the 4-card spade suit, not wanting to go through Stayman. He has 3 hearts, and his partner's 2-no overcall often is also going to contain a 3-card heart suit. Like, it's very infrequent you overcall 2-no with, like, ace doubleton, right? So he's worried, reasonably so, because this is the exact position. Then it might go heart to the ace heart ruff, club back to south heart ruff, and four spades could be in huge trouble.
Right. 3-0 is in huge trouble for different reasons, but yeah, when you have length in a preempt suit and your partner's overcalled and no trump, like the chance of ruff is out there is awfully high.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, quite a hand developing here in the blue.
Yeah.
It looks like they're just a little bit short of making six spades with this extra diamond loser, but you know.
Yeah, the spade suit's not good enough, so, Declare can set up the diamonds to pitch the club without needing the club hook. But
they only have 27 high, so they might not get particularly close to it. Yeah, as here, they're, they're just going to peter out in four spades.
Right, at least depending on what West thinks the auction has been. So it does look like East has promised a 4-card major of some kind with the 3-club bid. So West was able to confidently bid 4 spades with 4-4 in the majors here. And I mean, 4 spades is not a particularly trivial contract to play. I expect, South is on lead. South gets to pick from a variety of worthless holdings to lead from. I guess I would expect a diamond. Despite having a natural trump trick, a ruff would still be helpful. And
right, because you'll probably still take 2 trump tricks, one on power and one your 4th one, so
right.
I like the diamond lead.
Yeah, so he does lead the diamond. And I mean, Declare has 4 potential losers. He could lose 2 spades, he could lose a club, and he could lose a diamond. So he needs to be a little careful about how he deals with all of these potential losers, while making sure to still rough out the heart suit or set up the diamond suit. And we'll see how he handles it.
He can pitch a diamond on the jack of clubs.
Sure, yeah. So it looks like there are a couple of options. He can play for 3-2 diamonds, set up the diamond suit in his own hand. East is the one declaring, remember, despite West having the strong hand. And
it's a co-creation auction.
Yeah, or he could take a club finesse now. If it wins, that's great. If it loses, then the jack of clubs can be used to pitch the diamond loser. But he's going after pulling trumps.
Yeah, so presumably his plan is to play on diamonds since he's now going to be in the West hand.
Yeah, and this is going to be both good and bad news. So South, I think, made a sensible choice of just not splitting on the second round of spades, and Declare guessed well to stick in the 10. I mean, it's kind of a safety play, but for all South knows, Declare was maybe planning to just cash the ace-king of spades and then hope that the suit was 3-2.
Right.
So it's good. I like the way South played. He played it quickly, and that's more important than trying to do the right thing all the time in these positions, because frequently the right thing depends on what all 4 hands look like, and you just don't have enough information. So he made a choice. He elected to not split, and now Declare needs to be a little careful about what he does. V8 says she thinks on a club lead he could have discarded a diamond on the club, but now it's a little bit too late. Yeah, I think Declare, if they divine that the king of clubs is offside, they could of course go ace of clubs, queen of clubs, ruff a heart, and then pitch.
I think no, he's just going to ruff a heart, get a club finesse, because if North wins, North can't play a trump.
Yep. That seems correct. So yeah, this could go poorly if South was able to ruff the diamond return and then pull trumps, I guess. Declare would be stranded in the dummy and would then have to lose 2 hearts in the end position. North spending a little time thinking on this trick. I mean, South should have given heart count. So,
Well, I think he did. He played a metal spot, but I think North is just trying to figure out there's. Yeah, it's true. Like if he plays the Jack, then there could be this roughing finesse, which wouldn't be great for him.
yep.
Yeah, so meanwhile, now the green room is in severe time trouble where they have 6 minutes left to play two boards.
Yeah,
So
so
I
we
wonder whether they'll even pull the last board from the set.
right, so we did notice yesterday that some of the rooms were getting into time trouble and then more time was just being added onto the clock, and I never really found out what was going on. But it was like the round clock was down to 3 minutes, and then I looked 5 minutes later and it was up to 4 minutes.
Yeah, I would guess the directors probably are adding time to allow the second to be played, allocating it to each team equally because this system makes it really easy to do that. Where, in the old days they had to first figure out who was at fault and then stick around. The system doing all this for you makes it a lot easier to play out the segment and still assess the penalties.
Right. Yeah.
So. And in the old days, like the director would just come by and say, everyone speed up. And it was, really, really unfair to the team that was playing in a normal tempo.
Yep. Yeah, so in the blue room, we do see kind of the line of play that you had suggested. It's not 100%. This isn't completely without risk. If South had started with a stiff diamond, as I mentioned, he could rough this trick. Declare would then have the entire dummy blocked, and then once a spade got pulled, he would have no way back to that jack of clubs that's stranded. But now he does get to rough a heart, cash the jack of clubs, and eventually will lose a heart and a spade from this position, or a red suit and a spade. I guess he can pitch whatever loser he wants on the jack of clubs. Or, wait a second, he pitches a diamond, right, and leads a diamond, and now actually collects 2 tricks in the end position. So this is for an over trick. If South roughs in, Declare will pitch his loser. If South discards, Declare gets to score that 7 of spades, kind of en passant. That's what it's called. And that's a chess term. Yeah.
I don't know whether it's borrowed from chess or just, that's what it happens to mean in both games.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a little of both. I would guess it was, the chess term is, I'm sure, older, so it's probably inspired by that.
Right. Well, we do see Puppet Stamen from East.
Yeah.
Which, we've kind of heard has fallen out of favor among top players. Another reason why Bob Hamman should not. No, let's let's focus on the bridge. So this way, West has been able to right side the spade contract, or depending on how you want to look at it, wrong side the spade contract. I really need to stop. I'm going to take a break for like 3 minutes after the end of the segment. But yes, the strong hand is playing the 4 spade contract in the green room.
And it's been really a glacially slow segment.
Yep. Hey, Steph, what's going on, bud? Don't you need to sleep? Do you just never sleep? I have the feeling that you always show up at like 1 in the morning, and I'm also guessing that you're most likely drunk at least half the time when you get in here. So, but we're glad to have you. Welcome on in. We're almost done with segment 7. Last board in the blue room. 1 spade by North, 1 no by South. Wow, that is a lot of hearts that South has. Double by West.
Looks like they can do pretty well on hearts with the King and Jack both on side.
Yeah. You've been doing well lately. And no, you don't sleep. That's good to hear. I'm glad.
Yeah, so Hamman has taken what I think is a pretty sensible line of taking that club finesse immediately before his options are restricted.
Oh, I absolutely agree with that. I thought Declare's decision to cash two spades, kind of opening up the possibility of a bad spade break immediately, it felt wrong to me, but mostly just because like I'm not concerned about South roughing a diamond. They're effectively roughing air, right? I had a diamond loser
Right.
already, but well, so it does look as if
Yeah.
Bob is probably going to make his contract in four spades now that he has a bit more trump control.
Yeah, so the opening lead was the Queen of Diamonds from North's Queen 10 Doubleton, interestingly.
Queen Jack 10. Queen Jack
Oh,
10.
did it have Queen Jack 10? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that makes much more sense.
Yeah, it's a clear diamond lead from both sides, I think.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Sounds like a 7-3 Doubleton or something.
Yeah. You go to work at 2 p.m. and then 7 p.m. Wow. 7 p.m. is really late for work. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, Goodman has had quite the day so far. They have picked up approximately 50 imps a segment for 3 segments in a row to
Yeah, they're
overtake the lead.
actually a mere 21 this segment, although that's before penalties.
Right. But
Yeah,
Ross
they
Grable
had
is not in.
no, but Hamman and Mike Sell are doing his job for him.
True, true. Okay, so the auction in the blue room has finally petered out in 3 hearts. Has Bob learned to alert yet? Oh, don't get me started about Bob. don't do it.
So he's got to take the same 11 tricks. He'll rough a heart with the 9 to promote his own 10. So,
Yeah,
a push, and I think for once, a better play by Bob Hammond.
yeah, I agree. For once, you're joining
I'll
me.
take-
This is good.
Yeah, well, I'll tag in if you're feeling like you've been a little too catty.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of an interesting
Nice.
auction in the blue room on this last hand. I guess we'll see if the green room ends up in a similar spot. But, East has a heart void. The opponents are bidding hearts. West has a fairly strong hand, just a strong no trump. And South is the one that I guess did a little bit of bidding with his 2 heart call at some point in the auction.
I think he did show a response with the 6th heart, and North figured he could safely balance into 3 hearts over 3 clubs.
Yeah.
Seems pretty normal all around.
Yep. So same start to the auction in the green room, a spade pass and no trump, semi-forcing. No one really plays forcing no trumps anymore. We get the takeout double by West, probably 2 clubs by East. I mean, East has a fairly good hand, but that side spade suit is going to be very difficult to set up.
Yeah, the only reason that maybe you would want to be a little aggressive is if partner can do something over this. You're pretty happy about bidding 3 no trump with a decent 6 card suit and 2 spade stoppers.
Yeah, the counter argument, I guess, would be that your spade tricks are slow, and maybe the opponents will be able to set up a red suit against you before you get time to collect your 9 tricks.
Yeah, well, the counter argument is 3 no is gold.
It is
Right, and the diamond position
5. Oh my
saves you, but
god.
all you need is the diamond finesse.
It is cold. Wow. You're right about that.
I mean, the question is how often is partner going to get too excited when he doesn't have the ace king of clubs? Because you probably need them since your hand is entryless.
Yeah. So this is going to be a big result for Hamman, which is very much needed, assuming that they make it. And
Yeah,
it's
this will
hard to imagine
probably,
they don't.
Yeah, this should make up for whatever time penalties they're about to get.
Yeah.
So, assuming they make it, and it's hard to imagine they won't, I think this will be at least 11 imps to them. 12
Yeah.
if there's an overtrick.
Yeah, this will be 11 imps.
Well, they might make an
Hamman.
overtrick.
It's still the same 11.
Oh, when is 600 the break for 12?
Well, it would be 500 total, and I think it's 7:30 is the break for 12.
I see.
But here we go. Back to one table, and I will move myself to the other side of the screen. So I hear talk about seafood. Prawns chess stream. I get it. Well, this is going to make Declare's life pretty easy. No heart lead, and now the defense is really not attacking his weakest suit. He's going to be pretty comfortable just winning this and taking a diamond hook.
Yeah, he still has a spade stopper even if it loses.
What is Australia famous for in terms of seafood? I have to imagine that there is some good seafood somewhere.
I mean, there was that prime minister that walked into the sea and never came back.
Wait,
So
really?
whatever ate him, probably.
Wait, what?
In the early 1970s, I believe his name was Harold Holt. He was the prime minister. He went swimming in the ocean one day and never came back.
Wow.
The incumbent prime minister, yeah. Yeah, it's that kind of country.
It's that kind of country. Hey, anything
There's
can
some
get
large
you.
bully. Yeah, it's probably Riptide or something, but it could have been some, nautical equivalent of the kangaroo, who knows?
Okay, Declare is taking all of the match points on this one for making 12 tricks. This king of diamonds is going to fall, unblocks the jack, crosses back to the club king, pitches both those spades, and
Yeah.
still not gaining any
So
extra ins for it. But
Making 6 then, I
Yeah.
guess, right? He's
Yeah.
got all the rest. Wow.
yeah,
Yeah, so I guess now we'll get to find out how much the slow play cost them. I wonder if we find that out immediately. If the system can just, do it automatically.
I think it pauses for a little bit to give the competitors, or to kind of take stock of everything, and it feels like it might be a manual adjustment.
I see.
But we'll see. I'm going to refresh the page, but I am actually going to jump off for just a minute. I need to use the restroom, but I will be back. Kate McCallum is an Aussie now. Is she? Does that mean she has like dual citizenship? Because otherwise I don't think she would be able to play in the US team trials. No, the final is 8 segments. I think I eventually got there, but I might have confused literally everyone who was watching in the meantime. No, she doesn't. She doesn't have dual citizenship. Interesting. You only need a green card to play in the US trials? Really? Is that it? Wow. I didn't know they were so lenient. I wouldn't know. As just like an American citizen, I just kind of like sign up for stuff and don't get asked questions too much. But yeah, if I was living in a different country, Pepsi and Radu for sure are not American. No way. Radu is definitely American, and I'm pretty sure Pepsi is too. Pepsi's been living here for a while, I think. Wait, maybe I'm wrong about that. Doesn't Pepsi live here? Maybe not. Jeez, they're going to get massive time penalties. The clock has already started. We're a minute into the next round. I guess I will unmute myself on Discord. He lives in the US, but just with a green card. Okay. Huh. Are you really allowed to live in the US for a large number of years and never become naturalized? I thought there was some limitation on how long you could be here. I guess I have some friends that are like either have in the past or are in the process of going through the green card thing. Maybe I should ask them. You can be a permanent resident with a green card. Got it. Interesting. we're like now almost, or we're more than 2 minutes into the round, and the players have yet to sit down in each of the rooms. Oh no, we got Ross Grable in. This could be a very slow segment. So what's the current difference? It is 27 imps, and there are 15 boards to play. For the WBF, all you need to prove is that you're a permanent resident of the country. Got it. I suppose it makes some sense, right? Like, every player in the world comes to the NABCs. At least, I would say like 80 to 90% of the top players in the world show up at the US Nationals all the time. So if you come there and you play with a US sponsor, and that sponsor really likes playing with you, then it would be very valuable for you to be able to play in the US team trials. And that's probably why a lot of these players might come from other countries to play here. All right, board 46. We're into the segment. So West opens 2-0 in the green room over here. Has, what is this, a 20 count? 20 count with a 5-card major. What is this announced as? 19 to 20. So Mitch Dunnett's kind of right in the middle of his range. I mean, almost too good with a 5-card suit, a bunch of aces, but the Queen Doubleton of Spades might look a little bit unattractive. But we do see the same 2-0 trump opener in both rooms. The Hamman team, notably, is sitting out the sponsor because, because that's usually the name of the team as the sponsor. Got him. I can do this all day. So in the blue room, we do see a Stamen auction. No fish in the cooking show. Yeah, it's all gonna be some raw meat. That's what we're serving up today. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. 3-0 by East. I mean, it's not as if East has a great way of making a slam try, but East has a really good hand. I'm a little surprised we didn't at least see something like a 4-0 bid, quantitative. I mean, one of the things that East has going for him is that as a passed hand, his partner's not going to get too excited over 4-0 trump. And they'll really only get to a slam if they have the right hands for it. Like, presumably a 5-4 minor suit fit would be good enough. West could, of course, be 5-4-2-2. Or even a 4-4 minor suit fit might be okay. Yeah, partner's limited to 21, but we have an ace and 2 kings and a singleton. It feels a little pessimistic to not even search for slam. In the green room, I wonder if they'll be a little more conservative just because partner's range is capped at 20. Maths. Just put it in all caps. Yeah, maths is a word that we don't really understand in the US. I'm pretty familiar with it because I've had a lot of European friends, but we just call it math here, which the entire rest of the world thinks that we're insane. Steph says that if they don't show hearts, then looking for slam is appealing. That's true, but I still think West could have hands where it just fits well. I don't know if I want to spend the time to think about what those hands could be, but West might only have a 4-card heart suit, and you could have a 4-4 minor suit fit pretty easily. West hearts could be like Jack fourth, in which case you're pretty happy to have the singleton opposite it. Ace fourth is probably even still a pretty good holding opposite your stiff. But you are right, the rest of the world already thinks that the US is insane. So how many tricks is Declare going to take in 3-0? Every finesse is working, which means if Declare does like lead the Jack of Diamonds now and run it, and Diamonds split 3-3, the heart hook works. Still looks like only 11 tricks though. You think my air conditioning is turned up too high? Is that because there's like background noise from the stream? So I've turned my heat off. I'm still wearing a jacket in the middle of summer, but it's, for whatever reason, my building is unnaturally cooled. And so I like have to take this jacket off when I go outside because it's actually like warm out. But when I'm inside, it's just freezing in here and there's nothing I can do. And I don't want to run up a high like electric bill by leaving the heat running. Well, Declare did run the 10 of diamonds, it looks like, in the blue room. Background noise sounds good to you? That's good. So we get a 7th trick, the King of Clubs, an 8th trick, the 8 of Diamonds, a 9th trick, the Queen of Hearts, but then there's no real like squeeze and or end play, I don't believe. I mean, I guess technically, like, if we cash the Diamond 8, pitching the 3 of Spades, and then lead a heart, and if South plays low, we stick in the 9, then we can end play South into leading hearts into us, but that's a little bit much. Yeah, the hotels are very cold as well. They do spend a lot of time just dumping cool air in there because with the large congregations, over the course of the week, the play area becomes warmer, but especially like the first day or the second day, it's just freezing. I find it amusing, though, that in the green room where West had showed a weaker 2-0 opener, East makes the quantitative invite, and in the blue room where West had showed presumably 20-21 with this bid, East just signs off in 3-0. The regional you just played was sweltering on most afternoons. Which regional was that? Oklahoma City. Are you asking if Denver has a regional? I don't know what tournaments are going on right now. I think around this time of year there tended to be a Richmond regional, which is local to me, or at least it was in my state. The Denver regional is happening right now. Got it. Yeah, I mostly stayed East Coast for regionals. Occasionally I would travel to LA or the West Coast, but I never really like hit the middle area of the US. There's a giant collection of things in like Omaha, Oklahoma City, Detroit that I really never went to. Flights to Denver are super cheap. That's true. It is a large airport hub. Flights to some of those places like Denver, Chicago tend to be fairly inexpensive. Well, likely a push board on the first one. I'm actually a little surprised, given that East made a quantitative invite opposite West 19 to 20 range, and West just had like this monster 20 count with a 5-card suit, that West didn't accept. You don't want me comparing the size of Australia and the US? Why is that? Because ours is bigger, and bigger is always better. You said Chicago was kind of expensive. Could have flown for Denver to $550, but paid $1060 for Chicago. When did you go to Chicago? That might have been like COVID related. So it could have depended on when you actually ended up flying there. Is that actually true that Chicago... Oh, you paid $1060 now for your flight to Chicago. Yeah, I guess that's a little surprising to me. Well, one imp swing. Declare looks like they just carefully cashed out their 10 tricks in the green room, not wanting to bother with any sort of finesses in the end position. So that will be one imp to someone. One imp to Goodman, looks like. I was proved to be wrong. Alaska has something to say about that. And Alaska, notably one of the most important states in the US, specifically for this reason, because now we can talk about how large our country is. We might even go as far as to consider Alaska the freedomist of the freedom states. Now, like, I would personally. I don't know about other Americans, but that seems reasonable to me. Oh yeah, there is some conversion issues that happen, and I'm not really up on international politics, but I guess there have been some things which caused the euro to tank a little bit. Quick result in the blue room. They're probably pretty happy to be, oh my. Well, something exciting is happening in the green room. We're not seeing 4 hearts pass out, so East-West have found a spade fit. Yeah, I mean, North has a big hand, and this redouble might actually save his side. Okay, it doesn't. I was thinking that South, if he didn't hear his partner redouble, might just bid 5 hearts on the known 11-card trump fit as kind of a two-way shot. Maybe it makes, maybe 4 spades was making. And the opponents are very unlikely to double us, I think, at the 5 level here, given the way the auction's gone. But I was thinking this redouble probably should suggest extra values to South, and therefore South could have got this decision right to just pass 4 spades. Yeah, so Steph asks, is it good to redouble to suggest let's bid 5? Maybe if that's your agreement, my thinking is it probably means just I think this is our hand. In which case South probably could have just elected to sit for 4 spades or even double 4 spades or something like that. Regardless, it was going to be a pretty large swing to the Hamman squad. But now with 5 hearts going down, it's going to be a little bit worse. I don't think North is going to be too upset about the way the auction has played out, given he's looking at a diamond hook through the takeout doubler. But it is not to be. I'm a little surprised by this decision at trick 1. East leads the club king and West doesn't overtake with ace jack. I guess he's maybe worried that his partner has king doubleton. feels like East might have done something else in the auction with King Doubleton of clubs, you know, aka at least 10 cards in the pointed suits. Because, like, I'm a little worried East is just going to switch to diamonds now and try and cash 2 diamonds. Feels like King of clubs to the ace, play a club back was the simplest defense. But East has worked it out. Continues clubs, and now Declare is just going to try the diamond hook, go down 1. That will be 13 imps. 13 or 12? Maybe only 12. 12 imps to Team Hamman, Team Fish, Team Undercooked, as some may say. Oh, we have more Flannery fun in the blue room, so West opens 2 diamonds, East bidding 2 spades. I mean, East probably not particularly happy with the way the auction's gone. He has what appears to be a 7-card club suit. So a spade gets ruffed. North, looking at this dummy here, isn't going to switch to hearts. Probably isn't going to switch to spades. I'm a little surprised that North didn't just win the queen of spades when a spade came through. Yeah, it feels like he's put himself in this awkward spot where now he's afraid of getting end played repeatedly. So I think he's going to have to switch to diamonds. I mean, this is just very strange to me that North didn't go queen of spades, ace of spades to pull trumps with good hearts sitting behind dummy. You need to learn how to score. You used to have the role of calling out scorers, but now you play for a few teams where you're the more experienced, and so they expect you to score. I never really learned how to score. I know a little bit, and I definitely used to be a lot better at it now, or than I am now. But I never exactly was able to just like call out the imps based on how many points there were. I'm pretty good at the mental math. I can calculate the point differential, but knowing how many imps it is, I don't really know the score system. You just have to find a team where there's another good player who likes scoring, because a lot of bridge players feel kind of empowered from being able to shout out the number of imps. Like one of my co-commentators, Aaron Jones, very clearly enjoys being the one to read out the number of imps for his side. Yeah, okay. So North-South have kind of pickled themselves a little bit defensively on this hand. It looks like it's probably going to work out okay. South can continue another trump. North can pull 2 rounds of spades and then exit a diamond. And West is going to be a little bit stuck in his own hand. Going to have to start leading hearts for the defenders. Good decision by South to hop up with the diamond ace, otherwise Declare was going to be able to get a heart ruff. But the length of time being taken before continuing a second spade is a little concerning to me. And in the green room, we do have a bit of a different auction developing. So West kind of, you know, not really understand. Oh, South switches to the Jack of Hearts, and this play is not going to work out well for his side. Declare is now going to collect a large number of tricks, can win the ace, unblock the diamond queen, ruff a heart, and then score that king of diamonds. Okay. Or this could happen. I am at a loss as to what's going on in some of these rooms. That felt completely unnecessary, taking this Queen of Hearts. Okay, let's go back to board 48 in the green room before I lose my mind about the line of play and also the defense. 1-0 by West, very unusual decision. I mean, Mitch Dunitz, obviously for the Hamman team, came in down a sizable number of imps and maybe expects that this is a reasonable attempt to try and swing the board. He should know that his counterpart in the other room is playing precision, or not precision, is playing Flannery, and will be opening his hand 2 diamonds. So he's just hoping that his 1-0 opener will get his side to a game. And then somehow he doesn't respect his partner's 2-0 bid. This is one of those 2 wrongs don't always make a right. Yeah, he passed Lebensal. This is very concerning to me because, yeah, he ignored the 2 no trump. So I understand opening a no trump to try and swing the board, but then you should treat the hand as if you have a real no trump opener. It's not as if he had like a club void or something, and he was worried if he passed, or if he bid 3 clubs, he would play in a 6-0 fit, right? He does have club support. He has 15 to 17. The fact that he has both majors and North also has both majors probably suggests playing in a suit contract, not a no trump. You're just not taking a ton of tricks in your long suits. So I think he was off to a pretty good start. 3 clubs looks like it had at least some potential play to make. He's losing a club, 2 spades, and a diamond, but maybe he can manage to take the rest from there. How much weaker than the Open do you think all the seniors is? Well, so I think I mentioned before, Bobby Levin is still one of the, if not the best player in the US currently, just from an individual perspective. And he's playing in the seniors. He also played in the Opens. And I think his team lost a very close match. He was on the Nickel team, I believe, playing with his regular partner, Steve Weinstein. But outside of him, I don't know, maybe I would put them at somewhere around like between a quarter to a half imp board loss on average, in comparison with like some of the other players. They lost a not very close match. I recalled it was close at one point, but maybe Fleischer ended up pulling away towards the end. I don't know. What would you think after seeing the play from today's sets? You've only been here for like 10 boards, and it feels like we're just dumping imps on every hand at every decision. I mean, some of these are difficult decisions to make. Like, I'm not going to argue that I would be perfect in these spots. But I think we saw some pretty high-level play. Well, one of the things that might be influencing my decision here is that yeah, so you say that you think juniors are closer than a quarter imp per board in most countries. The US in particular has very, very strong open teams. Like, I've said it before, and I'll reiterate the point that like both Spectre and Fleischer, who are going to represent the US in the Bermuda Bowl as our USA1 and USA2, I would probably put them both as favorites of making it out of the round robin into the top 8. I assume they still cut it down to 8. And that's saying something, where there's, I don't know how many teams come in, but like 70 teams or something, for 12 players from the US to be what I would say confidently are expected to make it out into the top 8. of the world events, we have some very, very good open teams. Maybe due to the fact that we're stealing players like Pepsi and others from other countries, as people have pointed out. Whereas in the seniors, I mean, I don't think we have particularly strong teams. Well, 3-imp loss to Hamman, despite Mitch Dunnett's, I think, taking an action that should have gained his side a few imps. Whether or not 3 clubs made, he would have picked up a couple on that board. But his kind of double decision to swing multiple times in the auction was not successful. So we see a diamond opener from North in both rooms on board 49. 2 diamonds by East. In the blue room, just Michaels showing both majors. I have to imagine we'll see the same decision by East in the green room. He's just going to be very slow about it. Double by South in the blue room, so this is just like suggesting penalty for one or both suits, and in general showing some values. West leaps to 4 hearts. North electing to bid 5 clubs in front of his partner is kind of a big decision. If partner was planning to double 4 hearts, we would be pretty content to sit for it, but North kind of worried that if he passed it out, 4 hearts might just pass out, and he wouldn't be able to find a good sacrifice. Do I think Marty's team are stronger when they played US Trials here or when they play with Thomas and Cedric? So who was the Fleischer team here? The Fleischer team, so it was Mech and Zia, Marty and Chip, and was it Joe and Brad? Joe Grew and Brad Moss? It was, right? So if that was the team, so Marty and Chip have to play, right? Yeah, Joe and Brad, Thomas and Cedric. I would rather have Thomas and Cedric, who are more well-established, than Mech and Zia, who probably who just haven't been playing together that long. But I think, both Mech and Zia and Thomas and Cedric are very strong partnerships. There's likely not going to be a whole lot of difference between them. One of the things that I think would be helpful for having Joe and Brad with Thomas and Cedric on the team is that I think a lot of their decision-making would be fairly similar between those two pairs, whereas Mech and Zia could be all over the place. And something that's helpful, especially if you think that your set of players would be stronger than the opponents, is you want consistency. So if Mech and Zia could have a card that is pulling anywhere from minus 20 imps to plus 50 imps, you would very much prefer to have teammates who could be anywhere from minus 5 imps to plus 30. Even if it might mean that on average you're doing a little bit worse. Well, some different decisions in both rooms. Is Mitch walking the dog with his hand? Yeah, a little unusual that Mitch has elected to just bid 2 hearts. One of the things that's probably concerning to him is that he has the spade void, and so despite having a good heart fit, his hand doesn't really fit very well with his partner. The king of diamonds is probably poorly placed with the 1 diamond opener in the north. And, queen 10, 6 of clubs is probably okay, but maybe not particularly useful to him either.
Yeah, I can't really have a void in your partner's second 5-card suit. That 5th trump is incredibly important.
Yeah, welcome back.
Thank you.
So, this is going to be a large swing in some direction. It looks like to Goodman, unfortunately for the Hamman enthusiasts out there, that John Shermer, I mean, he was put to a test in the Blue Room. He did make a hyper-aggressive 5-club bid, and I think part of that might have been state of the match. He was expecting, well, maybe 4 hearts is making, and if it is, then maybe 5 clubs is a good save. But he has run into a bit of a chainsaw with the East-West hands, and his partner having a 6-card spade suit over there was not what he was hoping for.
I'd be surprised if that was a state of the match bid, given that there's still a dozen boards to go and a relatively low margin.
Yeah, well, some of the low margin was because I think Mitch Dunitz ended up picking up about 12 on a previous board in this segment. So they came in down 27 or so.
Oh, I say, from his point of view, that was just a totally normal hand. He doesn't know his teammates have generated this huge result.
Yeah, am I correct about that? Yeah, there was a 12-imp swing.
Yeah, and it was because they got a level higher in the green room, so that would make sense.
Right. So, but, I mean, we'll see how bad 5 diamonds does. The other room's in 4 diamonds undoubled, so not going to be, a ton of imps riding on how many 5 diamonds goes down, but it will still be a sizable pickup for Goodman.
Yeah, looks like they might be able to hold it down 2, right? Because they can play ace in a club now. East can't do much, and then you can take that diamond finesse.
You mean ace of clubs and East
Or down 2,
ruffs?
ace of clubs. Oh, you're right. Well, yeah, so it's down 3, I guess.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
You're a pescatarian, which is another multi-syllable word, but rooting for Team Goodman. They are currently leading, so your team's doing well. So East-West have collected the first 2 tricks in the green room against 4 diamonds. This club is getting roughed. A spade is known to be getting roughed. Looks like that might end the tricks for the defense in the green room, so Declare might only end up going down 1. You're a fish eater. Got it. So that's why you're rooting for Team Goodman, because they're eating the fish. Yep. You missed some good ones. I was on a roll at the start of this segment.
So it looks like there were no further penalties assessed, which I find a little surprising.
Yeah, that's strange. I wonder if it just hasn't been updated yet, but you're right. If the current scores are accurate, then that means there was no slow play penalty for the previous set, which, I mean, good news for Hamman, because I think they were the ones who were going to get penalized. Well, this has gone about as badly as possible for Declare in the blue room, so he's ended up down 3. He will have to lead a club away from his Jack Doubleton in the end position. And if I'm correct about the result in the green room, that means it's going to be 10 imps to Goodman.
You think it's going to be down 1? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, I think East is roughing this trick, but then it's going to be really hard for the defense to do any better than take no further tricks. Wait, down 2?
Yeah, they'll play another diamond here, and they'll still have a club to come, right?
The King of Spades can pitch a club loser. Okay, down 2.
Right.
But this is going to be the last of the tricks for the defense, so that will still be 9 imps, I guess. So PJ says that
Yeah.
the penalties do get assessed pretty quickly. I guess that means either there's an automated system or it's just the directors instantly input it. But apparently there's a 5-minute grace period for each pair. Does that mean in every segment there's a 5-minute grace period? Or is that like you have an extra time bank that you can use over the course of the match? Or do you not know?
I do not know. Possibly one of the Kipper does.
Yeah. Oh, you're right, Steph. I'm sorry, I'm being lazy. Blue Room is doing some stuff. So South opened a spade, or South overcalled a spade after a hard opener, noting East is opened a 10 count. 2-spade limit raised by West, North electing to bid just 3 spades, unfavorable. And South decides to take that into 4 spades with a little bit extra. I mean, actually a lot extra, given that he just overcalled, and some good shape to boot.
So if West doesn't lead a diamond, if they don't lead a diamond fairly early, they might do okay here, right? They can pitch a diamond on the King of Hearts. I mean, they still got a lot of roughing to do. Well, that's probably a pretty good lead. So 7, 8, 9. Maybe they just don't have a 10th trick. They can take 7 spades, ace of diamonds, King of Hearts.
Yeah.
I don't think they can set up the clubs.
Right. Now, I mean, I'm shocked that West doubled 4 spades with his hand. I mean, he does have a 14 count, but like, where are his defensive tricks?
For all he knows, he might get all 3 of those clubs, right? His partner's got the hearts locked up. He's got a diamond stopper. We're north-south taking tricks. It's a miracle they can take 9.
True. Yeah.
I mean, I guess, yes, it's true. If North had a 5th spade, they would be making this along similar lines.
Yeah.
On the other hand, it might just be an absolute slaughter. And also, are they really making over tricks, right? If you're investing 5 imps, it's just not that big a deal.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I suspect there's probably no chance that they're making over tricks, so double does seem very prudent in retrospect. I mean, my concern is just like South has bid very confidently, and North has promised nothing, and South knows he's red on white, so
Yeah. But like everything everyone did was pretty normal, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, maybe the I think he would have doubled 4 spades anyway, but the fact that North only bid 3 probably makes it a little more likely that they only have 9 trumps.
Sure.
Like South, obviously, you could still have 6.
Yep.
North probably doesn't have 5.
Well, in the green room, we kind of see maybe something I was talking about, like Mitch Dunnett elects not to double 4 spades.
Right.
And I think East might just sell out to this. I can't imagine 5 hearts is the right bid. You're white on red, but you just don't really have the distribution for it.
Yeah, and I wonder if he thinks it's possible that his partner has short spades when he doesn't double, but that's kind of a tenuous deduction from this auction.
Right.
But on the other hand, he's thinking a lot longer than I would have expected.
Yeah, well...
And by the way, maybe that's part of why Protop doubled also, to make sure that they wouldn't end up in 5 hearts in a hand where, at the very least, he thinks he has a pretty good shot to go plus in defense.
Sure. Yeah, that's a very fair point, because you're right that double just ends the auction in 4 spades, and passing 4 spades might cause partner to do the wrong thing.
Right. Especially after you Q-baited. Like, Q-bait and pass, that does suggest a much more offensive hand than you actually have.
Yeah. Well, Steph, Steph, of course, the golden standard in terms of bridge play, thinks it's automatic to double, so I guess we have to defer to his expertise on this one.
Yeah, honestly, I agree with that. I think passing is weird.
So, okay, I think Bertop did better in both positions, where Mitch had decisions to make. first per top doubled, which I think for a lot of the reasons you pointed out, it prevents partner from making a mistake, and like you're only giving up 5 imps if you're wrong is good. And then the queen of clubs lead I think is very ill-fated. Like imagine the same kind of hand, but Declare has a club void. He roughs the first trick, and then you only get to pull one round of trumps when you get in with the diamond.
Yeah, it's like a lot of times you don't want to lead a trump because Declare might be able to set up his side suit before your tricks are set up, but here all of his side suits are also your side suits.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's not like Declare is setting up hearts, and if Declare has diamonds, then you want to prevent roughs. If Declare has clubs, you don't want to be leading the ace, king, queen of clubs. That would help him.
I mean, if Declare has diamonds, you probably don't want to prevent roughs because those are partners over roughs.
Yeah. Okay, he cashes a club and now switches to a diamond. I mean, it just seems like Mitch isn't really following the hand all that much. I don't think it has cost him yet, but we're getting close.
So Declare's, let's see, so now he's going to rough a diamond, he'll lead a heart up, and they can play one round of trumps, but I think he's going to make it, right? Because he can rough 2 hearts and... if he guesses, well, yeah, he'll have to guess it because West is following with hearts. As long as he roughs a diamond with the 10 of spades, I think he's going to make this.
Oh, yeah, I think you're absolutely right, actually. Maybe there's some reason that East can rough twice with the 9-8 of spades and the Jack Doubleton promotes into a defensive trick.
I think so, right? Because Declare... he's gonna, yeah, and he can actually draw a second trump now and rough 1 diamond low, then rough a diamond and a heart. Yeah, he can just draw 2 rounds. No, he can't draw 2 rounds of trumps. He needs to, if they don't return a trump, he can draw 1 trump and head off that possibility.
Yeah, so
I think it's just called.
Well, so if Ross had continued a club back, Declare would rough. King of Hearts, heart rough, spade over, diamond rough. Yeah, he would have just made it, perforce. Yeah. Wow. Well, this was a big slip up for Team Hamman then in this room because not only did Mitch not double, but he proved himself right by not doubling and letting the opponents make the contract.
Yeah, as they say, he judged very well in the auction.
Yes. Yeah, Steph says that he believes that as bridge players we redouble too seldom, and if people realize that they should be redoubling more, then he'll have to hold back his doubles a little bit. One of the big concerns about redoubles is that a lot of people will have redoubles in a lot of scenarios as for rescue. It's just like defined systemically as that, and therefore you can't really play in redoubled contracts as often as you might like. But
yeah, right. At lower levels you can't, and at higher levels when they're doubling you, usually it's because they know some surprise about the deal that you don't know.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, I can't say that I'm an expert in this game, but I did look into backgammon a little bit when I was inspired by Kit Woolsey playing in one of like the backgammon championships things on YouTube. And there's a lot of interesting math that goes into whether or not you should double or redouble or like quad double or like so on, because doubles can go on infinitely. And so there are positions where it's like you're expected to win, but doubling gives you a lesser like expected value in terms of score, because then if you get a bad roll, your opponent might redouble you. And so I think there's some of that going on where like in bridge, if all you're looking at is, well, can I play this contract undoubled or doubled, then you should be doubling quite often. But if the opponents have the ability to send it back, then you need to be a little more conservative. So
also,
13.
The imp odds are extremely hard to judge, because if you think there's any chance it won't be doubled in the other room, the redouble costs much more than it stands to gain.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the marginal imps for the under tricks get significant. The marginal imps, if you make it, they're already spotting you the first 5. So it's only a couple more for the extra points unless you're making an overtrick. And if you're
Yep.
making an overtrick, they probably weren't doubling you.
Yeah, I have a hilarious redouble story. So I was in high school at the time, and I traveled to my first nationals. It was in Orlando. I guess it probably would have been like 2000, maybe 2001, 2002. I don't remember, but it was some year like that. And I was playing in the Gold Rush pairs.
I think it was actually 99.
I wouldn't have been in high school then, and therefore wouldn't have known how to play bridge. But Jesus, how old are you? Well, you do the math. I know I've leaked my.
I'm extremely old.
I've leaked myself. So
All right, I'm going to look this up because I believe it was either 99 or much later than you're saying.
okay, then maybe it was much later than I'm saying. I was in high school 01 to 05. So I was playing in the Gold Rush pairs, and I got paired with. I just went to the partnership desk, got paired with a random person who happened to be this like 92-year-old like World War I veteran or something like that, and he was just having a grand old time playing in the nationals. And we had an auction where I opened a minor, he bid a major, I bid 4 of the major, and it went pass double. And I instantly blue carded it. And I think the guy must have had a heart attack at the table. But he carefully played the contract and took his 10 tricks. And, we got a complete top on the board. I was really excited about it. But of course, as a junior player, like the blue card was required.
Yeah, it's like every other board.
Yeah.
So it was 98 was the one I was thinking of, and then the next one was 04, so that must have been what it was.
Oh, geez, 2004? Okay, so it was late in high school. That wouldn't have been my first national then.
Yeah, I think I was at the 98 Orlando Nationals, but not the 04.
Well, at that nationals, I flew down and I was sitting next to Daniel Levy on the plane flight, and he pulled out a convention card, and of course I was like a 16-year-old kid or whatever at the time, and so like I'm just sitting next to this other kid, literally the kid, I think that's his screen name, who is like looking at a bridge convention card, and I'm just like, hey, who are you? and so that's how we actually became friends. I went to kibitz him in one of the events, and then a couple years later, I guess he remembered me, and that's when I got picked up to play with him on the Millens team a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know how much bridge he's playing. I think he came by and hung out with us on one of these streams sometime last year, but I don't know whether he was still all that active in the bridge world.
Yeah, that makes sense. Steph says he had a redouble in the BAM that you redoubled 3 diamonds.
No, you might as well. Redoubles are free in that event, though.
Well, apparently this one mattered because the other table was in 5 hearts doubled down 3. So he had to send it back. 470 versus, what is it, like 8 something is a big difference.
Yeah, it's like every once in a while there's one of those BAM results where your teammates are like plus 1100 and, the other table's 1080.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, like, they...
Yeah.
Well, speaking of...
It would be very funny if East-West ended up in North-South Diamond Fit on this hand.
Yeah, I think West Double just says that he has a Doubleton heart. I don't think they're about to play it here.
Right. Yeah. So he's transferred to hearts, and then Redouble was just trying to right-side the contract. A little unusual that North elected to act at this table over a no trump, but did not at the other table. Maybe systemically, North wouldn't have been able to show diamonds at the 2 level in the blue room, and that could be a reason to not take a call.
Yeah, in fact, I think North reserved the option to decide later whether he had diamonds or a 2-suiter.
Right.
Normal, what? 2. It'll probably be, what, 3 hearts here? Like, it feels like
Looks.
you're probably going to misguess the club, right?
Well, it's not immediately obvious that you can just collect all of your tricks because diamond taps can cause you problems. You have a lot of aces to knock out.
That's true.
And you don't really have entries to the east hand. I mean, I wouldn't be all that surprised if Declare just like played a heart to the jack right now to take one of these black suit finesses.
In fact, I believe that is what happened in the other room. It feels
Okay.
like a pretty natural start.
Yeah, like heart to the jack and maybe run the 10 of spades. For whatever reason, it looks better to me to play spades than to play
Wow.
clubs. Okay, the king of clubs
Ru-
is. Steph called it. I think Steph got this in before the king of clubs hit. So this works out quite well. Like, you can afford to lose 2 clubs and 2 spades and a diamond and still make your contract.
Or it's a good player as North would drop the queen from queen 9 doubleton.
Would they? I guess.
Well, just, like, how amazing would that be as a Grosvenor, right? And your opponent would be on tilt for the rest of the match in a close match.
Yeah, but I also don't think Declare would fall for it. I don't think they're going to cross to dummy and run the 8 of clubs. Maybe, but
Are you so sure?
yeah, because you can just rough the clubs good if necessary.
I
I don't
guess,
know.
yeah. We can, play 3 or 4 rounds of trumps, run the 8, and plan to take 5 hearts and 4 clubs, these and diamonds to make 2 overstrikes, and, whatever. You'd still make your contract, but it would just put you on tilt.
Yeah. Okay, but hold on. Hear me out about this. So West has smothered the stiff queen offside here in clubs. Now, what if West is just like visualizing grandeur over there and leads the king of spades, hoping to smother another stiff queen?
Which is possible, I guess, right? Because North could have had spades and diamonds, including 5 spades. So North actually could, on this meeting, have ace empty 5th of spades.
Yeah.
The South hoping just to, I guess, promote something in partner's hand. If partner did have heart length, which he does, although they're weak, decides on a rough sluff. Seems as good as anything.
Yeah.
Especially after Declare made this lucky guess in clubs, it's going to look pretty desperate for South.
Right. So Declare does go down 1 in the other room, and I think rightfully so. He just entries are a little tricky. I kind of like what Mitch did. I mean, I'm not sure if that's the exact line I would have taken. I think I might have crossed to lead spades. For whatever reason, it just feels better to lead that 7-card suit than the club suit. I don't know why.
So actually, I was also wrong about how the play went to when diamond to the ace, diamond back. South led a low club and North ducked it to North's queen.
Hmm.
And then after that, North shifted to another diamond also for rough sluff. And yeah, so Declare overtook the heart. And that was just in some trouble here.
Look at you go, though. Check this out. Declare did take the club finesse in this round, which is probably safe at this point, so I don't think it would have cost him at the 9-1. But, yeah.
I don't think the queen from queen 9 doubleton there is a possible play. It would just be so funny if it happened.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, so Steph said he once won the queen from ace queen 10 over opponent's king jack 9 when it went low to the 9. And Declare claimed. Wait. That couldn't be the exact layout, right? You mean you won the ace. You won the ace from ace queen 10. And you were sad when Declare didn't repeat the finesse.
Yeah, that plays a little safer without the 10.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, we had one like that. It was against Thomas and Cedric in the Risinger. It was day 1, and I had made the bold claim I didn't realize our teammates had played so badly. But we had a 69% game,
Yeah,
and
I mean, just one of the biggest individual games in the history of the Rising, I'm sure.
right. We just had like this monster game, and so I was playing against Thomas and Cedric, and Craig led a diamond, and Thomas from King Jack 9 fourth played low, and I had Ace Queen 10. And I was sitting there thinking, I was like, man, I really want to win the ace and then put something through, because Declare is going to be like, oh, this is great. Now I can take the hook, pitch my loser, and then, go about pulling trumps. And he would have gone down an extra. But I just like decided to stick in the 10. I was like, it doesn't matter. Like, clearly we're qualified for tomorrow. And we had like 10 out of like, a 15 average or whatever, border match points.
I think we actually had 14 on a 13 and a half average, but yeah, our teammates were pretty soft. Also, we were a little bit hurt that we had we had like a couple of clear losses, and a lot of those boards that racked up match points were like tops against every other team in the field. It doesn't really help you. Like, you're much better off with average plus against every other team in the field on every board.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, nonetheless, I think we thought we had a claim on qualifying, and our teams came back, and we're like, "Oh, we had a good game." And they really did. They really thought they had a good set.
Yeah. Yeah. So V8 points out that whoever it was, Mitch, I guess, who was declaring the contract, also got the spade guess right for an over trick, whereas they went down in two hearts at the other table. So that will be a few imps back to Hamman, but those are the kinds of pickups that you would prefer on your game boards or slam boards rather than just a small part score battle.
Yeah, so once again, we're seeing Chambers and Shermer bid forcing Stamen instead of transfer as a method that I did not know anyone at this level still played.
Right.
And they're playing a strong no trump, like opposite a weak no trump. I think there might still be some people who do it, but playing strong no trumps, this might be the only pair left in the world.
Yeah. Yeah. So how is 3 no trump looking? I mean, it appears that Declare has a club guess remaining in both rooms. They can pick off the Jack Doubleton, but if they don't, I mean, in the blue room, East has some diamonds set up. If Declare does just play a club to the 10 right now, East is going to be able to cash 2 diamonds and beat this. And if Declare plays a club to the king,
wow. I guess it's a reasonable play, because if West has it, then there's no more entries for the defense.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Declare only needed 2 clubs from this position. He has 3 spades still to come in the ace of hearts, so he only needed 1 extra club trick. This feels pretty safe. If necessary, he does.
Power.
Yeah, I mean, like, if necessary, he does have spade entries to lead a club up to the 10 if the clubs were 4-1.
Right, and he had the clubs. He had all the spots in clubs, so if the Jack didn't drop, he could always force it out regardless of what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
Like the 9 that dropped on the first round.
Yeah, sometimes your match point results don't really translate into BAM scores, but overall, if you have a round that's above 60, you do expect to do significantly above average.
Like that's true. When like a 55 can be a gigantic border match score, but when you're in the high 60s in an event like the Rising era, you expect to win a lot of boards.
Yeah.
And we had good teammates. We're playing with Howard Liu and Franco Baseggio. So, a pair that we're fairly confident in the other table.
Yeah.
So I guess are they doing a 2-club 2-no inversion, or are they just a heavy 2-no pair?
Shermer and Chambers?
That's a 23 count in North.
Yeah. I have no idea. I mean, they're the ones who play 15 to 18 no trumps. So maybe their 2-no is like 21 to 23.
Like 21 and a half to 23, that's very possible.
Yeah. Right, so 2-no past 3 diamonds. I hope for West's sake that he doesn't come in with a 3 spade bid.
I do not think Eagle Ready is going to be tempted at all.
Well, he's favorable, but yeah, I mean...
I was looking in the other room.
Yeah, it is 6-3-2-2, and not a particularly good hand.
And North-South can make a slam here, right?
North-South do appear to be able to make a lot of tricks and hearts.
Maybe not. Maybe you're just because you can't rough that diamond in time, I don't think.
I mean, technically you can. You can pull two trumps.
Deep S can make it, right?
Yeah. Like, you can pull two trumps, play a third club, pitching a diamond, unblock the diamonds, rough a spade, rough a diamond, rough a spade back, pull the last trump.
I think this is... Yeah, like North has a good hand, but I think with no spade control, there's not much he can do, even if this was somewhat, even if he was allowed to take further action here, I think this hand would not.
Right. And so we should just see Declare take 11 tricks. I mean, he'll try the jack at trick 1. That's not going to work. And then no reason to fool around. He'll just pull 3 rounds of trumps. And that will be the end of it.
Yeah, 11 top tricks.
Yep. So as you mentioned, we'll probably see a different start to the auction in the green room. North does have, what did we say, 23 highs? And most pairs don't include that in their 2-no opener. So Drew Kaysen does open 2 clubs. I know one of the pairs, maybe it was yesterday, but one of the pairs was playing controls over 2 clubs, in which case maybe 2 diamonds would be bid by South, showing 0 or 1 controls. But no, it looks like it's no. Oh, wait a second. Alert. Alert. Is it this pair?
So West might come in here.
Aha! Oh, you're right. West is coming in. So West comes in with 2 spades, and North is going to hit this, right?
I guess maybe he has to be a little bit worried about the vulnerability, but probably.
PJ says Levin and Becker also playing controls. Got it. Do I know what the French play over their 2-diamond game forcing opening? No, I do not. Like, absolutely not. I didn't even know the French played 2 diamonds as artificial game force. Okay. Well, Drew Kaysen, I mean, kind of as you mentioned, he's a little concerned about the vulnerability, just figuring 3 no trump might make his side. I would be a little worried that we only have 6 tricks in our hand, and partner has denied stuff.
I think I would rather have a sure 3 or 500 than, than commit to 3 no trump opposite a hand where all I know is that they don't have much.
Right. Yeah. That was kind of the point that I was making, but it looks like he is elected to bid on to 3-0, which I think is going to go well for his side. Although, how bad was 2 spades doubled going to be?
I think it's also a little tough because presumably playing controls, South can't bid 2 no trump natural because I think that would show 3 kings for most people. So South could have like a decent hand in high cards, but just, have to bid 2 diamonds because they don't have the right number of aces and kings.
Yeah.
Might have influenced his decision a bit where, a 2 diamond true negative, a double's probably a little more attractive.
Yeah.
So 2 spades that we're going to lose.
I mean, it looks like Declare can hold, or Defense can hold Declare to just 4 tricks and 2 spades, but I'm not like 100% on that.
Yeah, I was wondering if they might be able to end play North out of one of his pointed suit tricks.
I believe. Because down. Yeah, I was gonna say I believe South can just like play clubs through, and that will make the defense easy enough.
Right. Yeah, because it's certainly down 3 right off the top.
Yeah.
So in the other room, I suspect it's about to go a raise by Weston. And then who knows? East is gonna sort of have like a 2.5 no bid over three diamonds, but I suspect he'll probably do something. I think that hand's a little too good to. Yeah,
Yeah, well, you can't bid 2.5 no trump over three diamonds. You have to bid at the three level.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like East is gonna have this awkward decision whether to bid a game or let it go, but he's red, so. Meanwhile, West has surprised me a little bit by bidding two spades instead of three diamonds. I feel like three diamonds is the more forward-going bid, and you have a pretty good hand. Oh, but they're in a precision context. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it depends on how much you value the club queen.
Right. Yeah, but a partner can convert three diamonds to three no trump. It probably has some real value.
Yeah, Steph, you're not thinking of of the age of our constituents here in these rooms.
Actually, I'm past playing precision. If one no trump was semi-forcing, is actually very reasonable. If it was fully forcing, I think you have to bid.
Sure. But yeah, I don't think five diamonds was ever in the picture for these players.
No.
It also doesn't really look like a great contract. You need a lot of things to split.
And this with spade splitting is going to be pretty good.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Over the one heart opening, it's possible that East has a three-card suit, but over one spade, two diamonds has to promise a four-card suit.
I don't think that's necessarily true, right? Couldn't you be 5-3-3-2?
Well, then you would pass a no trump. I mean, it just depends if one knows fully forcing.
Yeah. Right. If it's fully forcing, it can still be a three-card suit for sure.
Right.
Which I suspect it was, but who knows?
See, the match point in me is looking at this auction, and I'm just like, I would do the same thing as West on this hand. But of course, we're not playing match points, right? I'm not trying to sit here and be in two spades and hope that partner can scramble a ninth trick in this contract. We're just playing imps and trying to go plus. I mean, the segment's settled down a little bit after the first couple of boards. Now we're just getting one imp swung on a few hands back and forth, which is not really what Hamman needs. They're sitting 35 behind with, after this hand, probably a fairly flat part score in both rooms. Well, maybe not. I mean, maybe they'll get to like 3-0 or something in the green room. But that's going to be 6 boards to play and about 6 imps a board. Steph asked, don't all Americans play 2 clubs as 2+ over fully forcing no trump and 2 diamonds as 4 all the time? Not as far as I know. I mean, it's PJ says some people do. I think it's very popular in America, at least among all players in this level of competition, that one knows semi-forcing. But
at higher levels, it's hard to say because fully forcing isn't that popular. I think if you go to a regional or the club and they play fully forcing no trump, if they open a spade and have 3 hearts, 3 diamonds, 2 clubs, the rebid is going to be 2 diamonds, not 2 clubs.
Right, yeah, that's what I would expect. People kind of get taught these rules, and because semi-forcing no trump is just like, I would call it strictly better. Obviously, there are some scenarios where it can work out poorly for it to be non-forcing. But for the most part, I would call it just better than a forcing no trump. Like, stronger players will not play it, and weaker players will just deviate or will not deviate from their rules about like you just bid your better minor suit in these auctions.
Yeah, and also among that class of player, things like artificial diamond follow-ups aren't popular at all. So, they have no like system reason not to bid 2 clubs or 2 diamonds, just whichever their longer suit is.
Yeah, so we get the same bids in the green room, but the description is a little bit different. because West is now showing extra values essentially with his two spade call, 8 to 10. This might vault East into like a 3-no bid, or maybe even just a 3-heart bid or something.
I think if he acts, it'll be 3 hearts.
It's a little thin. He only has 15, and he probably, I mean, he knows at this point that his partner doesn't have a great fit for him in any of the suits. Presumably 3 diamonds also would have showed some extras, but with longer diamonds. So the thing is, like, King 10 9/5 is an exceptionally good holding opposite a doubleton honor.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking like you buy Queen Doubleton of Hearts, and you're very close to making 3-no trump. Basically, guessing the jack or picking it off, but he just passes.
Yeah, okay. So he passes 2 spades. We're going to see the same contract and probably the same tricks in both rooms. So Steph says it's kind of strange, like, why would 2 spades show extras here? I don't have a great answer for you. It's probably they're giving up on some of those hands, like the one you posted where you're just like 2-2 in the pointed suits, and in favor of trying to have a more sensible way to reach game when opener just has this unbalanced, like, strong no trump type hand.
Yeah, I think you lose 2 things. So one is probably some of the time West has to pass with 2 diamonds, so they play a 6-card fit instead of a 7-card fit, and that's really bad. And presumably it also means the West can never respond to no trump semi-forcing with a sub-minimum 2 spade raise, where he was planning to show the weak preference when he actually had like a 5 count with 3 spades.
Yeah, that's also a good point. Not one that I was thinking of.
The really bad hand is when you have like a 2-3, 2-6, 4 count. It's not great for you.
Yeah, that's basically the hand that Steph posted. And, you can kind of see that despite them having this agreement and East having the hand that I think this agreement is built for, they still didn't get to a game. So maybe this just isn't a very good agreement to have in general. But
I think that's a pretty good point here.
Maybe it helps out in slam bidding. I mean, but okay, at that point we're getting to the stage where no matter what West does, we're gonna be bidding again with the East cards. So.
Yeah, and when East is making a non-game forcing bid, I think you're not really constructing your system around West showing a doubleton spade but an extra queen so you can get to a slam.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, it's weird because these guys are pretty good, and I don't really know how much they play, but they live close enough to each other that I'm sure they at least play on teams and talk bridge. Because usually when someone has one of these bizarre looking agreements, it's because it's some bad pair that 30 years ago got a 0 on some hand, and they're like, all right, we have to do this other thing.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's possible for this pair. So maybe there's just some technical advantage that we're missing. Although, again, the fact that no one else in the world plays it suggests that there isn't.
Right.
Who knows? Maybe 5 years from now it'll be universal.
I'm a little surprised as to what Declare is doing in the green room, because even if the trumps don't split, he can. What is he doing? Stop this! This is insanity. Even if the trumps don't split, he would still be able to lose 2 trumps and then cash 2 diamonds in the heart ace. Why?
Yeah, he's just doing a trick worse, right? Didn't they just play his king and another trump in the other room?
Yeah. I mean, okay, look, he hasn't done a trick worse yet. North might play back a club, and that will allow Declare to set up a discard for his heart.
Right.
Which I guess South can win and then put a heart through and still collect his heart. So yeah, East has just dropped a trick, and this is another reason. Steph says, "Okay, maybe I'm right about half an imp per board." This is just showcasing how Bob Hammon's selection in teammates for the teams that he plays on is just not up to the standards of some of the other teams that will be playing in the Dorsey Cup. It there, I was able to make this Bob's fault.
I suspect it's the other way around. That it's not so much Bob's choice of teammates as the teammates that were willing to play when he approached them.
Right, right. Okay. Can we change it to 3/4 of an imp? Maybe. Like, I do have to imagine that all of these teams would just get completely slaughtered in the Open trials, at least in the US Open trials. And sadly, one of them might win the Dorsey Senior Cup.
Yeah, so Pratap has actually won that event, but I'm pretty sure he was on the team close to 20 years ago that went to the Rhodes. It was a team with like Wildovsky and maybe Doug Dow, but I think Pratap and Landon and a couple of guys from Chicago. I think Jack Ost, and I forget who he was playing with, maybe Larry Robbins, like someone like that. And they had a pretty amazing run to, I don't know if they won or became USA2, but I think they actually ended up winning a bronze medal in Rhodes.
Okay.
Well, I'm wrong. So it was 19. So Rhodes was 1996. Was that? Yeah, then maybe I'm wrong about which tournament it was. All right, I'll.
Well, board 55, it looks like we're getting a fairly similar start to the auction in both rooms. Diamond, heart, spade.
So I was half right. They were USA2 in Monaco in 2003, and the third pair with Dalvin Wildovsky and Landon Pratap was Bobby Wolf and Dan Morse. And they did win the bronze medal.
Oh, nice. What is going on in the blue room? I mean, so Declare, there's no more trumps. Declare is going to play the 10 of diamonds, pitching a heart, ruff a diamond to the north hand, play the queen of clubs, throwing a heart, and lose a heart trick. Why are we still thinking about this?
So, is there any reason why he would not? Well, I guess Can't he
take a practice finesse in the heart suit? Absolutely. How would you like to guess the hearts? Would you like to play low to the jack?
No, I guess right. I was wondering if he could you can't take your pitch and if you're in the south hand, you could take your pitch and then lead hearts with the king jack, but he's short an entry.
Yeah.
All right.
10 tricks. So 4 spades in the green room, same. V8 kind of mentions that there was a possibility when West got in with the spade ace, West could put a heart through, and that would give Declare a bit of a guess in that suit. And the hearts are in dummy, so the defense probably kind of knows what's going on, and that West should have this ability to stick a heart on the table.
Particularly if one spade showed an unbalanced hand, I think West should know that it probably won't cost to lead a heart away from the queen there.
Right. So we'll see if Mitch Dunitz finds the play. No, he does play a spade back, and it's not. It's not clear to me that this is such a terrible play, because Declare does appear to need to set up the diamond suit on his own, and you're preventing some roughs in the dummy. But yeah, Mitch did have the ability to kind of give Declare a bit of a difficult problem. Change it to 7/8 of an imp per board. I mean, half an imp per board is a lot already.
I'm not sure what's going on. We have a director call in the other room.
Yeah, in the blue room, I did see that out of the corner of my eye. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, so it looked like Declare claimed, and I don't know what happened, but because I thought it said claim accepted, maybe one of the publishers caught it, and then somehow this is happening. It's the same claim for 10 tricks.
Yeah. Okay. Four spades making four in that room. So I'm guessing we'll see a pretty similar line of play here in the green room. Declare is just going to cash the club ace and go ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds. It feels like this is just 100%. The king of diamonds is either onside and the roughing hook works, or we lose to the king of diamonds and east can't attack hearts. And we'll be able to rough the two to get a club pitch.
To get access to the club, yep.
You played against Zia, Helgamo, Brogland, and I have no idea who Wig Goder is. V Goder? And yeah, there's also zero chance I'm going to be able to pronounce any of these names correctly. But V Goder is what I'm going to say. You lost by 50 imps and 6 boards against them. But you got a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, I don't know the fourth player either.
Right, yeah, so that's less than 1 imp a board, and if you're getting unlucky, it's just a monstrous amount of imps to be losing, anywhere between half an imp and a full imp per board. But I stand by my assessment, something like a quarter to half an imp per board for these teams that they're going to be losing to some of the teams from the open trials.
Yeah, so it's what, 120 board match?
Yeah.
That's probably right that, the point spread going in would be somewhere around 75 to the open teams.
Yeah, so I guess I'm underestimating then a little bit, but yeah, 75 feels about right.
Well, 80 would be 2/3 of an imp a board, so you were saying half to 3/4.
Oh, I said a quarter to a half, and I got called out for that being like an enormous margin. But I think that's pretty accurate. Ooh, V8 points out in the blue room. Yeah, 1 no opener by East. A little unusual, we could say. 17 count, but very prime with a singleton. South shows both majors. West, thinking, well, I have 5 small spades, which looks like a stopper, and King Doubleton of Hearts, which is a stopper. Let's bid 3 no, and North fetches 4 hearts. Did East-West even make anything?
I think they can come pretty close to making 3 no trump, right?
Well, they could get 2 hearts, 2 clubs, 2 spades, and 2 diamonds. That's 8 tricks.
Well, 3 diamonds, right? Because the defense can't really... Oh, they can attack hearts. Yeah, maybe, something like, they lead a heart, you play it on diamonds, but I guess then lead another heart and you can't play on clubs anymore.
Right.
Well, meanwhile, no one is doubling this, a little surprisingly. I would have thought East would hit that like a shot.
I assume East passes forcing. There's probably some sort of agreement here where 3 no trump has created a forcing pass situation, so maybe East was hoping that his partner could bid 5 of a minor with a 5-card suit and he would be happy to play there.
Yeah. So how is this gonna do? Feels like down 2, right? They're gonna lose 2 hearts, 2 diamonds, and maybe only 1 club. Yeah, it's down 2.
Yeah, down 2. But that should still be a pretty good result for East-West, I think. I mean, going plus, because 4 spades might look like a pretty reasonable single dummy contract, but with 2 natural trump tricks in the south hand, Declare is not going to do particularly well in that contract.
Yeah, so the Goodman team is going to go plus in both rooms, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this will basically put the match out of reach. 40 something imps with 4 boards to go.
Right. Yep. So Goodman will, you know, depending on the last couple of boards, I mean, we have seen some pretty large swings here and there in a couple of these matches, but they're probably going to be USA1, and Hamman will drop down to the lower bracket where they will be able to play in, I think, 1 day's time. So not tomorrow, but the following day. They'll start up an 8-segment match, 120 boards for USA2 for the seniors against the winner of Wolfson and Lewis. Now,
right, so those two are playing 2 segments today and a full day tomorrow.
Right.
To decide who gets to play the Hamman team.
Yeah, so I was going to look up. Did they already play against each other?
Lewis and Wolfson.
No, Hamman
probably...
and. Okay, Hamman already played against Lewis. So Hamman has already defeated Lewis, which means if Lewis prevails in the USA2 semifinal that's going on right now, then Hamman will... I mean, I don't think they come in with a little carryover or anything, but Hamman will be pretty confident in that match. Good question, Steph. What happened in the women's? Let me look.
As they should be, because despite all of our shit talking, the Hamman team is, I think, vastly superior to that Lewis team.
Yeah. Women's apparently is over, as one might expect. They finished in about half the time of the other... Okay, maybe this is the question that Steph is asking. What actually went on in the women's event? Because I have no idea how to interpret the scoreboard.
Yeah, I'll be back in 1 moment.
Okay. I'm looking... I honestly have no idea. I've pulled up the scoreboard on a separate tab, and it's unreadable. Looks like 4 spades is going to sail down 1. Declare will try the diamond hook. You know, probably hoping that the king doubleton of diamonds is on side. But it is not to be. Yeah, I think we saw at the break, so after however many segments it was, Wolfson was up a little bit in that match, and they are quite the strong team. They were my pick for USA1 coming in, mostly just because of one player. What?
They were everybody's pick for USA1.
Yeah.
Which player? David Berkowitz, I assume?
Bobby Levin.
Yeah, sort of joking.
Oh, is Burke on USA1 also?
Yeah, well, it's Cohen and Berkowitz.
Oh, right. Yeah, so like David might be the second best player in the event. Is that fair to say? I'm not thinking about everyone on every team.
I think that's probably true. You know, I think probably he and Larry were more or less equally good when Larry was playing regularly, but it's been 15 years since Larry played at a high level.
Yeah.
Against that, David's probably at least a decade older than Larry.
Sure. Okay, hold on. So, real question though, can you pull up the women's scoreboard, like on the Leverage site, and interpret that for me?
Yeah, I mean, it may take 20 minutes because this site is very good for some things and very bad for that particular task.
I'm so lost.
So what am I looking at here?
That's a good question.
No, but like what is not understood?
Oh, the USA2 for the women's. So the USA2 final, I mean, I will just quickly pop it up on the screen so that people know what I'm talking about. So segments 3 and 4 just have zeros.
Oh, okay.
Segment 5 apparently exists right now. There's an imp correction over here which has 3 and 5, both positive.
Well, 3 and 50.
Yeah, 3 and 50, both positive. And
so I don't know, and we'll find out, I'm sure, on Bridge Winners. One possibility is that there was some technical issue where maybe some of the boards were fouled or the players sat the wrong way, and for whatever reason, they had to play them with actual cards, so there were no Love Bridge segments.
Okay, well, PJ says segment 5 is the 4th segment. Oh, so it was 3 to 50 in the 3rd segment, and segment 5 is now the 4th. Okay, that makes sense. That actually...
So probably...
Yeah.
So maybe segment 3, something was fouled, and they played with physical cards and just plugged in the adjusted score.
Right, yep.
Or just for whatever reason, something got corrupted, and the Love Bridge score is, is missing.
Yeah, okay. That's believable. A little bit of an interesting hand. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of an interesting hand here in, well, both the blue and green rooms, board 57. I mean, East opens a heart, South overcalls 2 diamonds, which looks pretty natural, and West with this like 9-count singleton club 4-card heart support, but aside from that, his hand is garbage. Queen Jack third of diamonds, has to make this decision, how many hearts do I bid? And both rooms have tried 3 diamonds. And now, I mean, in the green room, a red game, East with a good heart suit, a little bit extra in the way of high cards, still only elected to bid 3 hearts, which is the winning decision here. They make it in the blue room as well, but I would have been very tempted to try for game there.
I like everyone's actions. I mean, that Doubleton Diamond is bad. The Q bid, yeah, you're a little light, but you do have a 4th trump. You do have this spade source of corrects if partner has any kind of help there. I mean, I think these days a lot of players as West would bid 2 no trump to show a 4-card limit raise, and this 3 diamond call would show exactly 3 trumps.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Obviously, neither pair is playing that method, but we saw in the Open it's become very popular among top level players these days.
Yeah, we definitely saw that a few times in previous matches. So Steph asked, what kind of feedback have I gotten from the Love Bridge system, and have I personally played on them? No. This came about after I stopped playing professionally, so I haven't really been to a tournament. I mean, I've played like a couple of local events, but nothing at the national or international level in a number of years, so I've never played on these things. My first impression is that I kind of like the setup, that I think and what I've heard from a lot of the players who've played in them is that they also like the setup. They feel like it's very good at preventing any sort of complaints about cheating, which is really nice. And, despite a couple of technology issues, people seem to have overall positive feedback about it. There are a couple things that I think could be done a little bit better. Like, we've noticed that in the single player perspective, if you're kibitzing one player, you don't get to see your partner's hand when you're dummy until the full first trick has taken place. So it could be improved from like a viewer perspective on that front. And I guess just like the clock time thing, I feel like it would be nice if I was a player to like have a ticking clock that I could see in the corner of the screen somewhere during the entire hand, whereas we've been told that it'll only happen if, the start of the auction. But maybe I'm a little biased in that regard because like I used to play chess and I'm used to having a clock sitting next to me that's like ticking. And maybe other players would get distracted from the bridge perspective where they're not used to it, and it's just like there's this clock, and every time you look into that corner of the screen, it's like ticking down, and people might get nervous or anxious about it.
I mean, you can just make it so the player can toggle it.
Yeah. That would be a nice thing to do.
And I
Yeah,
think generally, from the couple of people I've spoken to who played in the trials over the last couple of weeks, I think there are like things around the edges that'll probably get changed, but overall, it was successful.
right. Yeah, Sophia asks, do you think that I'll get back into competing one day? I haven't really decided. Um, it is a lot of work to build and maintain a partnership that is competitive at a high level. And I think the thing I equate it to is it's like a marriage, like a real full time bridge partnership that plays in top level national events or some of these team trials or USBF type things. If you really want to do well in the events, you need to dedicate an enormous amount of time working on partnership and playing a bunch of hands, getting your reps in, and developing a good systemic understanding, both in terms of bidding and defense. But yeah, it's a lot of work, and I guess you could say also like a marriage. If you enjoy it, then it will probably be worthwhile. Um, but yeah, the thing for me right now is like I'm currently at this like crossroads in my life where I'm searching for jobs. I actually put in my first application. Um, I guess you could call it technically earlier today, but it would have been very, very late at night. I applied to a position at Microsoft that looked somewhat appealing to me, and I'm going to send out some more applications. So once I settle down a little bit and figure out what I want to do for work, I mean, look, it would be lovely if I could run like a bridge channel or something and make my living off of like promoting bridge and doing commentary or streaming or that sort of thing. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. So I'll have to find a different alternative source of income. Then we'll see how much free time I have and what my schedule looks like, and also like where I end up moving in the country. One of the nice things is with all the technology nowadays, it's very simple to form partnerships with people anywhere in the world. You can just play online. There's a lot of resources like Qbids is a great site to work on partnership bidding.
Yeah, so I would we'll talk offline, but first I think like some of the people in New York who I think would be very happy to make whatever introductions they could. You have a pretty good fan base up here. Um,
Yeah, yeah,
so I
sure.
think
No,
there's a couple of other, couple other like more concrete suggestions that I think people had. Yeah, because I think actually, in fact, on Friday night, and at what's it called, at the GMTs, be like, hey, how's Rob doing? I said, well, he finished his master's and is figuring it out. And I think, what I told up was I wasn't sure yet if you were planning to continue in academia or move on.
yeah, look, I can't promise that I'm exactly certain what I want to do,
Right.
but I know that at this point I'm kind of excited to try something um, and see how it goes. Like I'm very willing to take some sort of job that utilizes some of my technical knowledge at some sort of company and see if I enjoy that and can make that work. So yeah, I can send you like a resume or something, or I'm happy to just kind of introduce myself to people or meet them and have a discussion. I'm very much willing to drive up to New York and like spend a couple of days. I think that's been part of my plan all along anyway over the summer. I'm going to road trip to a bunch of places. I think, I don't know what your schedule looks like, but you're welcome to tag along for the road trip. But I will be visiting Kurt. He's in Nashville, and I might visit a couple of other people somewhere along the East Coast.
So I'm spending most of my summer in Portland, other than Chicago at the moment. But something like that could be super fun. So is Kurt in Nashville for music recording reasons or just life reasons?
A little bit both. I haven't specifically asked him all that much about his overall kind of life setup, but I think he is. Wow, I just noticed for
Meanwhile,
spades.
while we're watching, somehow Dr. Kevorkian went down 3 and 4 space here.
Yeah, I was seeing that East West spent a lot of time cross roughing the hand. But yeah, so I think Kurt is doing a little bit of the recording thing, and it's a great city for that, but also probably just moving closer back home to where some of his family is, and I think where some of his wife's family is. Hey, Harsh Duality, welcome on in.
Most of what he does is, kind of based on, technology to create, whatever videos and sounds. You can do that from anywhere, so might as well be in Nashville if he's got life reasons to be there.
Yeah.
Cost of living is low.
Steph, this is like the standard progression for your chat comments. You come in all excited talking about bridge and like fun stuff, and then as we get more and more loopy as the night goes on and the match comes to a conclusion, you're just like, oh, I feel like I should probably sleep at some point. Probably a good life choice.
Is Steph in Denmark, I believe you said?
Yeah. Which I always refer to him as a Dutch player. because for whatever reason, Danish and Dutch sound like the same thing to me. And yeah, sleep is for the weak. You're right about that. So I don't think Four Spades is doing as badly in the blue room as it did in the other. It looks like it's just going to be down 2. East only got one of his multiple club roughs that he was due.
Is that what happened? They managed the defensive entries less well, or was it to declare or do something silly?
I think it was just the opening lead. East didn't lead his singleton. Maybe kind of rightfully expecting that he might have just had 2 natural trump tricks. And it turns out he had 3 trump tricks if he led a singleton.
Yeah, so I guess now he's just going to get his ace of spades. Alright, well, this match, I believe, is still technically not over. With 2 boards to go, they could score 24 games back-to-back.
They could score 48. Yeah, it's going to be difficult in 2 no trump undoubled in one room, but maybe they can manage. Well, yeah, Steph, have a good evening. Glad that you were able to join us.
Meanwhile, it's going to be, what, 3 more imps to Hamman?
Yeah, so they don't even need that much. Now it's just 19 imps aboard, and they'll be right back in it. One no by North, 2 spades sides ask, and 2 no trump minimum.
Are you planning on doing any of this tomorrow?
Whew. You know what I should do? I should check my email and look at... Oh, good news. I have a paid sponsorship for available. I get a bunch of these because I had to add a bunch of like widgets for streaming, and since I'm an affiliate now on Twitch, I get a bunch of these offers in my inbox. I think they're automated. Mm-hmm. It's like based on probably some automated process. I've streamed X number of hours and have some number of viewers, so they're just like, here, if you advertise our game on your stream, then we'll pay you. And I've rejected all of them so far.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like 1 cent per engagement or something, or not even that.
No, it's a good amount of money.
Is it really?
I'm not going to say how much, but it is a good amount of money. But I am not a sellout, chat. You all come here for the bridge, and I'm here for the bridge. I'm not here to get sponsorship payments. Hey
Yeah,
PJF.
I guess I would have thought you needed thousands and thousands of subscribers to have any chance to make decent money at it.
Um, it is sales based. So
I see.
I would have to get people in chat to do something, like click on a link or whatever, like fill out a survey or something like that. But yeah, it is actually decent money to get sponsorships. You come here for the expert commentary. Well, fortunately, we did bring our expert along with us today. Most of the time, you just get me, but we've got Craig in the booth with me today.
Yeah, so meanwhile, pretty different choice of actions by the two Souths, although, of course. Actually, no, I was going to say, like, maybe save the match, but in fact, Chambers knows he's ahead by a lot and he's still making the more aggressive bid, but maybe he thinks that's what his counterpart is going to do.
Right, yeah, there's a little bit of psychology going on in some of these decisions towards the end of a match. Um, where, like you said, Chambers probably. I mean, it's a little bit of a two-way thing, right? You're not going to lose a ton of imps if you just bid to game and it goes down. You can lose a ton of imps if you don't bid to game and it makes. And so maybe a little bit of protection.
White is more or less even odds, right? 150 and 400 is 6, and 120 and minus 50 is 5, so it's not a huge deal.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe 120 and 50 is only 4. I thought 170 was 5, though.
Yeah, 170 is 5. It's 130 to 160 is 4.
So, like, as far as Nimbod's decision is kind of irrelevant. He just evaluated his hand as a game force.
Yeah, well, part
also,
of the thing
in the 15 to 18 no Trump context, I know.
Oh, right.
Part of the thing.
Right. North is playing 15 to 18 no Trumps. We forgot. At least they had announced that the other day, and so I'm just assuming they're playing it in all seats, all colors. But it's possible in third seat white they're doing something different. But I would say kind of the whole imp odds thing needs to be taken a bit with a grain of salt. I mean, I know I made a video about this and how people should bid games more at imps, but you're assuming that the play is going to go the same at both tables and that both declarers are going to take the same number of tricks. And if in 3 no Trump there's a defensive error at one table, you want to be in a position to collect the largest swing from it. And so that's why being in game tends to work out a little bit better some of the time.
Right. The rods assume perfect bidding and play at both tables, which is obviously a very dubious assumption.
Yeah.
We're seeing that even at an allegedly high level of the game, even in the opens, people make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, allegedly. So how is 3 no Trump doing? I mean, Declare looks to be doing quite well so far. He's going to collect 2 spades, 4 clubs, and 2 diamonds at least off the top, but then might have a bit of difficulty getting a heart trick with all those hearts sitting offside.
Yeah, I think he would need to engineer an end play against East, and with the Queen of Spades in West, it's going to be pretty challenging.
Right.
Like if East had Queen 10 third of spades, he was actually going to make it if he guessed correctly, although it's also a pretty difficult hand to read what's going on. Ace of spades, diamond to the queen, jack of spades, and put East in. Or catch the last club and put East in.
Yeah, definitely. But this diamond discard, I mean, is going to be pretty revealing to Declare. Either now the diamonds are all just set up and running because the suit is splitting, or West has all the remaining diamonds. And I have the feeling he might be able to guess.
Well, he already knows it, right? Because the south hand is exposing dummy, and he let a low diamond from north, and he's played the king. No one's playing that king into the ace queen 9/4 unless it's a singleton, I don't think.
Yeah.
If nothing else, you don't want Declare to know that he doesn't need to burn an entry to take another diamond play.
Right. Maybe. Yeah. It would be very risky to play that from king doubleton because Declare might have actually had jack doubleton, and that could blow a trick. So.
Right. Yeah, just on fours. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so Declare gonna cash the club queen. I mean, my suspicion is, well, he can't lead a heart to the king now because he knows that West. Okay, well now he definitely can't lead a heart to the king because West with the heart ace, spade queen, and 2 diamond tricks would have absolutely saved all of his diamonds.
Yeah, so he is trying the end play that I proposed, but of course with West holding the queen, it's not going to work.
Yeah, the defense
So,
needs to be a
no.
little careful. I mean, so Pratap cashes the diamond jack, and East is going to need to pitch that 9 of spades. Okay,
No,
or
West can just lead a heart.
yeah, as long as West leads a heart. Okay.
Oh my.
This is what I was saying. I think East needed to pitch that 9 of spades.
So Hamman will win a ton of imps here. I mean, Trump was down 1 in the other room, and here he is making 3.
These
Yeah, again, getting back to what you were saying before about, the imp odds really not reflecting the reality that you play against people like this West, who's, a very, very strong player and just, handed the 10 to the team for no reason. I mean, he was also, again, a little bit of time pressure. He did make that last play very quickly. Probably he just, didn't quite work out of the hand, figured, he thought he knew what was going on and didn't stop to take stock of the end position.
Right, yeah. So West made a bit of a mistake. I mean, he knows his partner's getting end played and when he leads a spade, but I think East should have also prevented this. Again, you say in time pressure, it's one thing to just make a play that's 100% to work if your partner does the right thing all the time, but sometimes as an expert you can be a little more proactive in the defense, and if East had unblocked his 9 of spades, now West might just naturally cash his last spade before playing hearts, and you wouldn't be stuck on lead. So PJF asks, have they missed 4 hearts in the green room? Well, West opened a spade, and East bid a no trump, and that was the end of the auction. So king 3rd of hearts on side. I mean, it looks like 4 hearts is a pretty good contract.
Yeah, king of diamonds popping up, so you don't even have to guess that suit.
Right. You have, so in this instance, Declare has 11 tricks in hearts, which means in 4 hearts you could afford to lose 1 extra trick. The main concern, I guess, is just maybe this is one of those hands where you take 11 tricks or 9 tricks. I mean, I would still prefer to be in 4 hearts than 1 no trump on the East-West cards. But,
although, no, in the blue room, I don't think there's any chance they're going to get to hearts at this point. No, yeah, he's actually transferred to hearts.
yeah, we'll see,
That's a good
right?
start.
So this is, I can't tell if this is Gazilli-esque or if this is just something else that they're doing.
It was alerted as hearts.
Yeah, right. So 2 diamonds hearts, West bids 2 hearts, and now I wonder what East is going to do. If East shows both red suits with some sort of invitational hand, presumably 3 diamonds, then I mean, West with 3 aces might just take a stab. Okay, East elects to just sign off in 2 hearts.
Yeah.
Feels pretty normal.
Yeah, non-vulnerable. This one seems like a pretty big stretch. I mean, presumably West could have done something over 2 diamonds, and 2 hearts showed it. I would guess 2 hearts showed either a minimum or a doubleton heart or both. So, and again, isn't West playing precision? Artie's West playing precision there? So
Yeah.
East has no reason to look for anything more unless West could somehow jump to 3 hearts or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
This isn't gonna do much damage.
No, that'll make Declare pretty comfortable in his 2 heart contract.
So
11 tricks and no trump in the green room. You seem to be right about that. South's clubs got stranded, and Declare can now just run the diamonds. No beer. Declare did play the hand poorly enough. I'm looking at that 7 of diamonds in the East. But we established yesterday that all bridge players over 40 in the US don't care about beers. I think V8 asked me to put an asterisk next to that and say that all bridge players over 70 don't care about beers.
Yeah, certainly when I was a junior, I'm 50 now, I'm gonna be 51 in 2 months. And when I was a junior, believe me, we cared a lot about beers, and I think a lot of my cohort still does.
Yeah.
I think it depends what you like. If you came to Bridge as an adult, then you probably never heard of it. If you came to Bridge as a junior, regardless of age, you definitely know what it is and you definitely care.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Do they need a whiskey card? Because
Um, yeah, it wouldn't be the Nine of Diamond. Isn't that the Curse of Scotland?
I don't know. I haven't heard that at all. But what
The Curse of Scotland is the Nine of Diamonds. I think this one story that I've heard, and I don't know if it's true or not, is that someone wrote some order like ordering a genocide against the Scots, and he had no paper to write it on, so he used a playing card, and it was the Nine of Diamonds.
wow. Okay, riddle me this. East gets the King of Diamonds lead, and then is just like, yep, good here. Rather than pulling trumps, now that I'm conveniently in dummy and need to take heart finesses, let's continue playing the diamond suit. It didn't cost, but I would be really worried about like North getting over roughs here. Like if that was a stiff King of Diamonds, could have just gone like diamond, diamond, diamond rough.
Maybe it's more likely to be a doubleton than a stiff. I feel like people often lead doubleton kings and rarely lead stiff kings.
Hmm.
I
Still
don't
feels
know if
weird.
that's really true or not. Yeah,
Yeah, it still feels like a pretty weird play. But okay, Declare is now pulling trumps. And the most important point here is that Declare still has that 7 of diamonds, and in a heart contract, he'll easily be able to duck a club before running his red suits and claiming the beer. Like club to the ace, heart to the queen.
yeah. I'm wondering what exactly he's thinking about here.
I mean, probably just a little concerned. If the club to the ace and heart to the queen loses to the king offside, like, is he ever going down? I don't think so. He could make a mistake and claim. You're right about that. Well, claiming is fine. You just have to announce the beer in your claim, which he should be able to do.
Yeah, so we can't see it, but I assume on all these claims that you can type in a statement because one of the opposing partnership is not physically in the same room as him.
Yeah.
So, and maybe at this level, like everyone just claims and everyone just knows what the sequence of plays is going to be.
Right. Yep.
Like when I play against experts on bridge base, I often just hit the claim button and don't say what I'm going to do against, against random players. I'm pretty careful though.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So,
a fine result for the Goodman team to come back and pick up over 100 imps today, I believe.